Okay, now my mic is on and now you should be able to hear me. This is what I get for turning off my computer and turning it back on again. Really, actually, this is all my fault. This is on me. Look, literally nothing went right for me today, so we're just gonna have to live with it. Whatever happens, happens. This is a wildly long playlist. This is 372 songs long, and we end with Eric Satie and Chopin, which is wild. Oh, okay. Then you must have a bunch of just modern people at the front of this list, right? Is that what the vibe is here? We're just gonna put you on random and we're just gonna vibe it out from there. But hello. Let's do the intro again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Game Night. I hope you guys are ready for some gaming and nighting. Today we're gonna be playing Tangled Blessings, which is a magical academia. A magical academia solo TTRPG, Magical Academy Dark Academia solo TTRPG. And I am very excited to play it. It is the catalyst of me having to learn how to do a lot of things. That I've utilized all month. So I've posted where I need to post. Let me throw this down here. Let me grab this over here. Let's put that down there. Boop. Dude, let me tell you, pulling things across screens, nightmare material. I don't know why suddenly it's become so difficult to push my things from area to area, but it is what it is, I guess. I'm just getting set up here. I am a little frazzle-dazzled. It has been an experience here on the back half of the day. And it is why I'm starting almost an hour late. Ooh, so sorry about that. My intention was to start a lot earlier than this, but it was one of those things where it was like, well, either I get this done or I don't do it today. And considering Halloween is, checks the calendar, tomorrow, I decided, you know what, let's do it today. And then I was good, and then nothing went right. It's all right, though. We're going to vibe with it. I'm ready to go. Let's take a quick drink of water. Oh, you like the backs of my tarot cards? And I was trying to think of what I wanted to do over here on my stream deck. Guess someone didn't have time to set up a stream deck today. So I think that'll be good enough for us on this day. Just boop that over a little bit. Okay. Well, welcome everyone to Brackroot Academy. We have just been given a letter. We've received a letter. No. Hold on. Everyone hold. Everyone hold. Everyone hold. I always think it's like the second page. It's never the second page. Okay. Now we're ready. We are entering We have been at Blackroot Academy for 4 years. We have studied, we have done tests, we have gained the rival, and we have battled for first place the entire way through. This is right before we enter into our final exams, where we will finally figure out if my rival or I will be number one. Since the very first week, we were pitted against each other, the headmaster coming up to both of us after a week of classes, calling us prodigies, saying that he had never seen such swift adeptness from beginners. Before this, we didn't know we had any magical ability. Hey, there's Sphinx. How you doing? We didn't know we had any abilities. I never even thought of it, really. Maybe some things were serendipitous, but I thought that was it. I never imagined that magic was real, nor that I'd be getting a letter at the age of 24 inviting me to a 4-year academy called Blackroot. I still remember the letter. It was straight from the headmaster, Elvis. To our future student, it is with great pleasure that I'm writing to inform you of your acceptance into the halls of Blackroot Academy. It said, "This is likely the first time you've heard of our noble academy, and that is not by mistake. Blackroot Academy is a long-established school for adults showing a natural aptitude for the arcane and the unseen. We do not choose students based on applications or standardized tests. Instead, we rely on an ancient gem attuned to the esoteric properties of what laymen might call magic, a notion that still boggles your mind, truly. The stone's origins are unknown, but it reveals from across the world who possesses a connection to the supernatural. Recently, it showed us your image, a haunting detail. At least I thought. Should you accept this invitation, you'll have a month to tie up any loose ends. Our academy is a 4-year commitment, offering summer and winter breaks. You'll receive a full scholarship that includes room and board, healthcare and meals, as well as a small allowance for personal expenses to improve your quality of life. You're also entitled to a domestic pet. While here, you'll refine your sixth sense, gaining access to spells, rituals, enchantments, portals, and many other aspects you likely thought only possible in fiction, and fiction it still seems. Should you wish to hear more, simply open a journal and write, "The path to Blackroot calls to me." If you do that, I'll invite you on a tour so that you can see the grounds and ask questions about what's expected of you. The only requirement is that you keep Blackroot Academy a secret. We can help you establish a cover story, along with more complicated paperwork. So, we hope to hear from you. May the clouds part at your whim. Dr. Emerson Elvas, Headmaster, Blackroot Academy, Sitting Chair, Foundation for the Recondite Arcane. You've come to know Dr. Emerson Elvas fairly well. Hands-on, almost you would say, in his attempts. Oh, will go into this academy affect my grades? What about my GPA? Does this retroactively fuck up with my GPA? You'd say that Dr. Elvas had a little bit of hands-on approach, not only with you but your rival, which I'll tell you more about here in a moment. But first, there's some things we need to think about. We left our home. Not much, really. A small apartment, overpriced. No pets because, landlord didn't allow it. And to be honest with you, the the cat finding institution did not find me, so I just didn't have any pets, and honestly wouldn't have had time anyways. 2 jobs, 1 full, 1 part-time. It kind of sounded like a good deal. Now, while it sounded like complete malarkey, and it took me about a week to even think about writing anything down in a journal. Had to go buy one. Do you know how much journals cost nowadays? It's ridiculous. I almost bought a spiral notebook instead, but if this was real, I thought that maybe I should make a first good impression. So we picked up a Pusheen notebook instead. Decided to make sure that was the first impression. In it, the first page, I wrote the words that would change my life forever. The path to Brackroot calls to me. And with that, no more than 4 hours later, I get a call. That scared me. I got a call from Dr. Elvis himself telling me a time and place to meet in public for us to head out to the academy. Apparently, it was hidden away where anybody would never think to head that way. And even if they did, they wouldn't really be able to see it. It would just look like a bunch of woods. And uninviting in that case, an eerie feeling. And to be honest with you, I still get that eerie feeling when I'm around the edges of the school. It makes you just want to turn around. Survival instinct and all. But with that, I went to go see the academy. Large, despite its small populace. Feats of magic I had never seen before. More than anything you'd even seen on TV. It was both a very bright and exciting place and also a very eerie one. Though the unsettling feel of Brackwood wouldn't really settle into my bones until I had been there a few months. And with that, I left all my things. Sold some of them, threw some of them on Facebook Marketplace, some on Craigslist. Honestly, it was a really good time to sell a lot of items. A lot of people coming into the city, and the apartment, I broke the lease, but the academy refunded me, paid off the remaining balance I had on it. So that was a good deal, I guessed. But honestly, at the academy, I don't really think about money that much anymore. Most of my necessities taken care of, and I'm not really in want for much. I've spent most of my time deep in studying and practice and practical in ruins and astrology, things that honestly seem ridiculous and do look ridiculous if you didn't look at it with a critical eye and critical knowing eye. Apparently the school has houses. Very typical. It really started to feel a lot like a book at that point. But I learned over time, over the years, that this voice I had been hearing, this entity that had whispered to me in my dreams, describing different elements of the world, forcing me, imploring me to really to try and resonate with them. Things I had never really given much thought to with working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. It's not on my top priority to really stop and smell the roses, as to say. I really didn't look up at the sky and look at any stars. Never really looked at the moon. Really, I was just looking at the ground, looking at my door, and then looking at my pillow is really how I spent my days. Or on my phone, just doom scrolling through social media. I'd never really thought to see anything in the shadows, nor spend much time writing, let alone giving much thought to the random doodles and thoughts I would write down. You may not look at the moon, but it looks at you. What did I immediately see? Is it from Legend of Zelda? The really creepy ass face on the moon looking down at you? Why was that the very first thing that came into my mind? And I would learn later that this is not a unique situation to be put in. That this was the Speaking Gem's attempt to poke and prod and figure out if you had more to offer than that of a normal person. And so, with that, we get our very first poll of what house are we going to be in? What is our house? And then more importantly, what is our arrival's house going to be? Let me just make sure this re-rolls. It doesn't re-roll. Why don't you re-roll? Is this on me? Is this on you? Is this on us that you don't do this? This should work. In theory. In theory, this should work. In practice, it's not. Oh, because I'm rolling the wrong thing. Huh. And this is where we find out what house we're going to be in. The elements. Ooh, the elements. In this house, the word to describe it goes in it. There's 5 houses. House of Elements, the one that meshes the most with the House of Spires. They help ground House of Elements. It's a wild house full of power and excess power and trying to control that in unity and finding power in everything you exist in. The air, the ground, the sun, the moon, the light, the wind, the the taste of water in the air as it's about the petrichor in the air as the rain moves in. Hey, Crit Witch. The dorms where we stayed, where I spent my 4 years, right under the main school building with windows enchanted to look out over the forest into the mountains. While it had the potential of being pretty dark and dingy, it actually felt very homey, if not a little bit unhinged. I always thought maybe right under the main school building was not like the best decision on their part, considering how much destruction happens. But somehow, some way, that old boy is still standing. Oh, a nice little stretch. Don't mind if I do. Oh my gosh, this shoulder right here, hard as a rock. I did not sleep on it well. And last night it was clicking a bunch, and I sleep on that shoulder, so I really did myself no favors. But it is so stiff. Like, I wish I had one of those, like, those massagers. I'm waiting for the ad break, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm really vamping here. I really wish I had one of those massage guns that just goes right into your muscles. Because it would feel like heaven on my shoulder. But some would describe the people in the House of Elements to be clever, to have a hunger for more, for knowledge, for power, for anything. And some would say they're fairly negligent. We're fairly negligent. But I think that's just an outsider's perspective. It's not so much negligence that causes so many accidents from our house. It's more trouble understanding the limits of where our power extends out to. Something I've noticed over the past 4 years is that the other houses don't really see their power. Don't see how far it extends and how they can push and pull it, and how that really is what shapes the strength of our abilities. While the House of Celestials always are a little bit more in the stars, in the sky, passionate about what they do, disciplined about making sure they know when and where, constellations, moon phases, their own personal body's relationship to this celestial. Some of them indifferent, getting lost in how small we are in such a large world. Even they don't really understand how much we affect what is around us. Meanwhile, the House of Dahlias really care about more than us and realize that they can reach out to nature, to flowers, and help them bloom. But even they don't see how far it extends past that. The House of Panthers, graceful and agile, rare, fierce, but their observations are nothing more than visual. Noticing the slightest move, able to react before a reaction is warranted. They don't see how their magic affects how their movement. And that is what's predicting. That is what allows them to make such movements and choices. And the House of Spires, strong, steadfast, empathetic, but also judgmental. And the main ones really trying to ground the elements to make sure that they do not cause more, that we don't cause more issue than not. They are safe up in their towers, panthers at their base, making sure that they're protected, the best guardians. As I said, they are the best at watching out for the dangers, able to react before they even think to do so. Spire is empathetic, but also isolate a lot. And let me just write that down for me. And so we have us, the House of Elements, the Devil. We hold a power to understand all the elements, and that causes issue when you want to take this toy and see how they react. And when other people can't see those toys, that's when it gets dangerous. But that's only me. Like I said, when we first got to this school, a week in, still barely settling down, we were given a challenge immediately. Me and House Elemental. One of these isn't working. I don't know which one it is. Is judgment really elements? That's wild. And just like that, the school was, honestly, this makes sense. Narratively, this makes sense that we're both in house elements. And that's when I met my rival. We were in the same class, same house. I need to save what card this is. Will someone describe me as clever, sometimes negligent, though as discussed before, it's not so much negligence as a curiosity that causes sometimes issue. Hey, Kalina, how you doing? My rival, hungry. Clever but hungry, always wanting more. Such a thirst for knowledge. Maybe inspired by this rivalry put it on us, really, or maybe that's just how they were. I don't know. I've never known them outside of this context. So, who are they? Who is my rival? Do I have a thing here for my rival? I don't think this will do anything. Did that do something? I think that did something. I learned about 5 minutes before the hour that all of my commands were put on a different scene. So I had to go through every single one of my like 20, 30 commands and change them all to the new scene one by one. Some things definitely fell through the cracks. Is this the rival list? This is my rival list. The Frigid Poet. The Frigid Poet. I don't know what that is. They are the frigid poet. My rival, wait until I read it to you. The frigid poet, my rival is deeply spiritual and often speaks in abstracts about the blessings they've been given. But there is something duplicitous in their nature. Their natural skill with a wand can be frustrating because they often master spell work without any need for practice, mimicking instructor movements effortlessly. During a guided meditation session, your rival's soul slipped from their body briefly. After an hour, faculty members were able to rejoin the body and soul, but your rival refused to speak on the matter, only uttering once under their breath, "These grounds are swimming in ghosts." They've never been the same. Number 2. I don't know what card 2 is in a tarot deck. And telling me as I go and look for it. I don't know why the tarot card didn't change, but let's just pretend it did. Just for me and my sanity, let's just all pretend it did. The High Priestess, I see. The High Priestess. Oh no, my thing is dying. My pen is dying. Oh, it's back. I think you might have to deal with this rival. I might have to, honestly, we'll find out. My rival whose name, let's see. Let me see. Is there anything else I have to roll here? The High Priestess. Kind of full of themselves. I'm not gonna lie to you. Always speaking in the esoteric, spiritual in nature. Again, you don't know much about them from before, and honestly, it's almost hard to remember what they were like before the headmaster walked up to you two. Your rival whose name isn't even worth remembering, Lamau. Honestly, me though. It was obnoxious to begin with because they were so... Their ability was so obvious. So quickly obvious that they were adept in magic, that their wand work effortless. And even the ability, despite their trauma, slipping from your person to astral project off somewhere else is impressive, especially for someone early on in their career. It was frustrating having a rival like that. The name Francine came to me, and I don't know why, so we're going to name them Francine. Francine, the rival. Francine Dolores is what we're going to call them. And myself? That's a great question. Who am I? I hear the sounds in my head, but I don't know what the name is. Paternica. 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 It's like maybe Greek? It's a family name. Copernicus. What the fuck? How does it end? Me staring off in the distance didn't seem like the best option while I tried to figure out what this name was. So I decided I'd rather just start saying it aloud so you guys know what I'm trying to say. Botanica? It's like not Danica, Botanica. Who are you? You are Catholic from Poland. Copernicus is a Polish name? Sure, why not? Botanica. Botanica. Fantasy name generator is what we're gonna do instead. Real names, please. Jesus Christ almighty, that's so many different choices I could do here. Oh, maybe I go with a Latin name. I don't like any of these names. All right, over here. I guess let's just go with the Spanish name. If I can even figure out where that is on here. Botanica. It's gonna come to me and I'm gonna be real pissed off when I think of it. I just want you guys to know that. I'm gonna be upset when I find it. In my brain, when my brain finds it, I should say. The one thing I don't like about Spanish name generators is that they are actually Spanish from Spain names. It pisses me off. Prepares. You know, we'll go with that. We'll go with Choco. We'll go with Choco. My name, Choco. Choco. Choco last name. Choco Martinez. Why not? Our name is Choco. I think it's a ch sound. Yeah, because it's Xochitl. Or I guess it's Soco. Soco? Xochitl. Soco. Soco. It would be Soco. Not Choco. Soco. Need a Central and South American name generator. That would be fun. Get some Aztec and Mayan in there. They have Aztec and they have Mayan separately. It's a small amount of names. Trust me, I try to use them as much as I can. But also, funnily enough, they have Native American names all as one, like, category. I'm assuming because there are many, many different indigenous peoples of the Americas, but there are also many indigenous peoples of the South Americas. And like Aztec and Mayan are most remembered because they were the largest of and most recent of them, but like there are plenty of indigenous peoples in Mexico left that are neither Aztec nor Mayan. So I do wish that we wouldn't always just reduce it to Aztec and Mayan. Um, there's also the another very popular name generator I usually see. I don't think it's on here. Are the Inca over in Peru? So like, and that's not on here, but that's also a wildly there's so much culture. Doesn't matter. Back to this. Back to back to this with Riro Soco Martinez, XOCO. And our rival Francine Dolores. Francine Dolores. I guess, it comes from the same deal that always happens in Mexico. We're deeply colonialized. And one of the ways it really shows its little ugly head is in Catholicism. And I guess being unable really to reconciliate with religion and magic, Francine was able to find a faith in magic and her abilities in them, although kind of sitting high and mighty in a way. Always almost, and I think, being favored by the headmasters like I was really gave her a complex. Which I think made things interesting for our dynamic as the years went on. A tumultuous past, some might say we had. From stranger to enemy to lover, back to enemy. And then here we are. Francine, she, her. Soco, she, they. Put in as rivals right at the beginning. We first met when we were placed in our houses. Everyone placed in their house, walking up in front of the speaking gym, day one. You think with Francine's past, she would instead be in House of the Celestials, but no, the speaking gem at least allegedly said House of Elements. And I mean, Francine wouldn't have known. She wouldn't have known what was to come for our future, or our sordid past now. We didn't really interact, maybe a little bit, as anyone does their freshman year, getting to know, being pushed to get to know those in your class. Especially when we were told that the classes start large and they dwindle as the years go on. Which I thought strange considering you commit the 4 years. So how would the classes dwindle? Well, I would learn that in the future. We both learn magic fast. Francine faster than I, in some points I faster than her. We both have our specialties. And, like any good career fair, we learned more about what we could achieve when our time at the academy was over. As the years went on, we knew we were prodigies. We were told we were prodigies by our teachers, our professors, the headmasters, people from the magical society who would come to observe. We were praised for our aptitude, for our ability, for our quick thinking. It didn't place us in the best spot with our peers. But at a certain point, I think they became scared of us instead of just jealous. So that made things easier, I guess, sometimes. Harder most of the time. But there's many things apparently one can do. Honestly, the most exciting thing my first year was just finding out that, well, I wasn't able to really do anything with my degree, with my life prior to this moment. My aptitude in magic would offer me opportunities that would allow me not to have to work 60, 80 hours and things that, frankly, made me want to jump off of a real tall something. So we would be well respected in a high status amongst mages, even if we lost at the end of our 4-year stay. Even if Francine won, I still had a future. If Francine lost, she still had a future. This was shown to us as like a win-lose situation, but truly, neither of us were going to lose at the end of the day. At least, I don't think so. But sometimes knowing who is coming to us, offering things, people who try to sneak their way into our lives, be in the position of influence over us, has me thinking that maybe things aren't as straightforward, even after our time here at the academy, that maybe it's only just the beginning. I never really thought about magic outside of maybe like The Craft and Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman. I liked Halloween Town growing up. Always thought the cat and the Magus was very interesting. But I never, in my wildest dream, never would have thought that any of that were possible. But I guess if I really thought about it, if I really, really looked back, I would notice some things. I always thought it was just good timing, good luck. You know, the world giving me a break after many, 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 many shortcomings that had come to occur in my life. I thought it was just, I would always catch a green light. If I were to go on the crosswalk, I would always be able to cross it. If ever I had the misfortune of hitting a pothole, there would even a pretty egregious one, my car would be fine. And maybe that was my magic. As before I even knew it. I mean, I've said before, in the House of Elements, we see our magic extend from us and into us. We see the magic around objects and how when you mesh some of them together, their auras, their magic, it becomes something more. Sometimes something destructive, sometimes something tangible. Sometimes this affects electronics. Sometimes this affects the weight of an object, making it lighter, making it heavier. Sometimes you can make something float on its own or affect the gravity as it rises and falls. And maybe that's what I was doing without knowing it, in the same way that the House of Panthers are always able to catch a ball being thrown at them, how the catcher is always ready, exactly where the ball is going to hit their mitt, how when some of them swing a baseball bat, it always hits the sweet spot, watching it soar meters away, off into the crowds, past walls. But that's enough reminiscing. Well, in a way, reminiscing. Something we need to, to kind of know where we are now. We need to know where we started. So I turn back my journal to page 1. Oh, what is this? Oh, man. Let me take a drink of water while I let this ad play before I do the very first roll of the night. My audio sounds good, by the way, right? I'm not too peaky. I'm not too quiet. The music's not too loud. It's not too quiet. We're all Gucci. Seems pretty good, pretty good. Like a fine handbag. Cheers. Thank you, thank you. Dude, I have to be careful. The shirt's missing a button, and I didn't realize it. And it's a pretty important button. And then I also learned that this hoodie vest that I never wear also no longer the place where you have the zipper. No, it doesn't have a zipper. I don't know where it is. Everything looks fine. Like, it doesn't look like anything should have happened. Like, but it just slipped off, I'm assuming. Don't know where it is. It's gone. It said bye-bye. And I don't know when. I haven't worn this sweater in forever. I was going to wear a blazer, but I'm hot now. So I can only imagine what it would be like if I had a blazer on. Audio is good. Thank you. Oh, that Broman emo. I like it. All right. But yeah, so those not bobby pins, pins are putting in their work. Safety pins are putting in the work tonight. Let's just put it that way. All right, our first roll of the day. The way that this works is... Sorry, I thought I just saw something behind my monitor. The way that this works is we're going to throw out 3 minor arcana cards. We separate our minor arcanas by suit. We start off with wands, move on to cups, and then pentacles, and then swords for last. We're going to draw 3 cards for me. We're going to draw them one at a time. Each card has a prompt associated with it that we have to resolve. And with every prompt we pull, we're also going to pull a major arcana card as to help inspire us to answer this. Hold on. I'm not rolling a major arcana card. Hold on. I have to just roll major arcana, don't I? Hold on. What we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this. I'm going to edit that. We're going to do this, and we're going to do YSG major tarot card. All right, because we have major arcana, major that, and we just can delete that. And we'll just roll that each time. All right, that's fine. We figured it out. So we pull three major minor arcana cards. For each minor arcana card we pull, we're also going to pull a major arcana card. And that will kind of direct us in how we're going to resolve that prompt. And then we move on to the next one and the next one until we're done with all three. Once we are done with all three, we'll pull three cards for our rival. We're not going to go through the same rigmarole of pulling major arcana cards and figuring out how things work for them. We just need to pull three cards and write them down because we need to know the numbers associated with those cards. Because that's going to be very important for our final exams here at the end of the game. So year one, Choco, and then Francine. And it's important that I write down both of them. I was going to have like a notepad for this, but I didn't. I had them somewhere. I just don't know where I put the files. And at this point, it's too much work to replace them all. So starting with our very first roll, year one, wands. Our first card is our X is 10, right? 10 of wands. You walk in on a housemate having lunch with their parents. You quickly learn that if a student's parents attend the academy, then they are welcome to visit the campus without the need for secrecy. Are you jealous of students who can be visited by loved ones? Who from your life before the academy do you wish you could show around? Which part of the campus do you think they would like? Is this longer than just that? The most is the end of that sentence. Ooh, that's going to be bad for this, but that's fine. What would they like the most? All right, let's pull let's see how we feel about this. Let's pull a major arcana card. There is something else that's very important about this. Turns out, hold on. It turns out it's actually probably pretty important of me to show the card when I do this. There we go. The Chariot. So this game, so the cards don't have anything associated with them in a way, but the game encourages you to use the art on the card. It encourages you to use the any like knowledge of the tarot you have yourself and any guides with like descriptions as to what the card is. So the Chariot means overcoming obstacles, victory, success, ambition, determination, willpower, self-discipline, hard work, and focus. And I think that kind of answers our question. That I do wish, that I had family that would come and visit. Maybe my parents would be nice, though obviously they can't come and visit. I usually have to go visit them, and it's not for a lack of want and not a lack of trying. They can't afford to come visit me all the way down here. Travel is expensive. But not only that, they really put this idea in your mind of a hard work, that to come out ahead, you just had to keep working, had to keep, échale ganas is what they would say, always just push through, because with hard work, you could accomplish anything. And ironically enough, while you do work very hard, it's your rival that forces you to. This rivalry and knowing that in 4 years I'm gonna have this big competition with my rival that is kind of pushing me forward, because to be honest with you, the magic part's not that hard. Um, I don't really have to work hard to get any of the movements down. Although Francine's better than me at all of that, that doesn't mean that I struggle with it. It just means that she has a little bit more adeptness. With hard work, you can accomplish anything, we use in anime logic now. I think that's just the American motto. You can get anything done with hard work. False, but it's nice to think about. You know, rewarded for your efforts. And I still get my breaks. Summer and winter, I get to go visit them on the dime of the academy. My parents don't really know where I am or what I'm doing. I tell them that I'm off, that I had to relocate for work, and I could really only come back during holidays. It hurt them, you know, not being able to come back for Thanksgiving, but I could show up for Christmas, and I could show up in the summer and tell tale of kind of the people I've met, the places I've seen. Although, you know, in ways that wouldn't kind of give away what's going on with me. They're doing okay though, so while I do get jealous, I do get homesick here and there. It's not really like I had much time to see them before anyways, both on their part and on my part. Just the constant work flow from both sides doesn't, the lack of money to go visit one another, that really prevents coexistence. So I am jealous, but not that much. Although I do wish they could see the campus. Obviously, we haven't gotten not much vacation time that we've been able to have. So I think they'd really like the sites. The buildings here are beautiful. The architecture old and stands up to time much more than that of what you see in the normal world, being able to magically preserve the structure as opposed to just manually doing so and being at the hands of Mother Nature and erosion over the years. No matter how strong the concrete may be, no matter how strong the stone is, it will still be whittled down over time. So I do wish they can come and see the buildings. I think they'd really like it. And the mountains and the view is just gorgeous, especially in my dorm where you could see them through the windows. Though magical, it still feels like you can just put out your hand and touch it. And let's see what is next. Come on now, you were literally just working. That's because I rolled the wrong thing. Fuck. Wait, where's my stuff? Wait a second. Wait a second now. Okay, hide that. Hide that. Hide that. Hide that. I'm sabotaging myself. Hide that. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. It was neither of those. Fuck. That's one. That's two. Okay. 2 is the Page of Diamonds, which I think is 11. Oh, I didn't write that first one. Ooh, that could have been bad. 10 of Wands. Then I think page is 11. It's fine. I don't need to know the numbers now. But I felt pulled in many different directions on campus. Both professional organizations and student clubs invited you to join them, and faculty expressed interest in making you their protege. Your studies required hours of reading, and your free time seemed to disappear. How did you balance all the activities available to you? What did you give up? Which suffered more? My studies or my social life? And do I regret my choices? That's a phenomenal question. Let's find out. The Empress. Both. Yeah. Realistically, yeah. The Empress means creativity, femininity, nature, harmony, art. In love and relationships, upright is a very positive card. If you're single, get ready to mingle, it says. Because the Empress indicates that real love and romance is on the way. And it's just a very good, positive card for romance. For money and career, it means I'm feeling very creative and will inspire the people around you with your passion, full of new ideas. It means that you'll do well in arts. And it's a good time for cash flow. Let's go. So it's good to just follow your intuition and reap the benefits of this moment of time. All right. I got you. So I am. The questions we all ask ourselves. Too real. What I find out is, yeah, I'm being yanked around and I have to read all the time. And have you guys ever worked in retail? Do you guys know what it's like working in fast food or retail, like a customer service job where you're just constantly having to interact with other people and having to really battle the idea that people are much more stupid than you ever really thought? And it's truly concerning. Just the levels of inability and helplessness some people have. Some very well, good, healthy looking human beings are just asking you the most dumb question you've ever heard in your entire life. You know that, right? And have you guys ever done that and then gone to work in an office with a cubicle and all you have to do is do paperwork? You don't really have to interact with many people for your job. You have to make a call here and there to clarify some things. And then all you do is you sit there and you just, clickety clackety on your computer and do data entry or work on some spreadsheets and stuff like that. I have all kinds of dumb questions. Just ask me, Crutwitch. Ulta call center rep. Let me tell you, that was a crazy job. You know how much more you prefer the boring office job where you get to do 40 hours of work in a day? Or you only really are working for a couple of hours, if that. And then the rest of the day is kind of yours. That's kind of how this feels. Well, yes, I am being pulled in every direction. It is almost overwhelming, but I was working 60 to 80 hours a week in retail and customer service, a barista. No, that's not exactly right. I preferred being a programmer that I didn't have to interact with others. Yeah, programming, that's another one. Those were the glory early career days. Yeah. Back when Have you guys heard that TikTok sound of just like, oh no, I've girl bossed. I've girl bossed too hard, and now people are asking me questions and relying on me to answer them. Just when that feel when you girl boss too hard in your career, and now suddenly you have responsibilities. But not for my character, not yet. We're still in the glory days. Yeah, that all sucks, but I'm also not on my feet all day. I'm not having to field questions by people who genuinely should know the answers to them. Kind of like when you're standing in the aisle with a literal wall of peanut butter, and you get asked, hey, where's the peanut butter? Like, buddy, I don't know how to tell you this. But if you move your eyes a little bit to the left, it's right there. Neither here nor there. And having this degree having a degree up on my wall that's just collecting dust. That when that was my reality, literally a couple of months before getting to Brackfoot. Yeah, no, just kind of like sitting there, having to do a lot of studying, having to interact with people who are asking genuinely good questions that will further your education and theirs. Interacting with people who are passionate about what's happening and excited about what's happening, because a lot of them aren't career magic users. Yeah, it sucks not having a lot of free time, but honestly, much prefer this over what's happening. And like, yeah, my studies, like my social life definitely suffers for it. But like, did I really have a social life even before this? I don't know if I know how to have a social life. If I had the time, like I don't know what I honestly, if I had more time to myself, I don't know what I would do with it. And I don't think if I had thought of time, what I would do with my time, if I would in fact use it to interact with other people, I think I would use it to sleep. Which may say more about me than it says about my schedule, but that's neither here nor there. My social life suffers for it, but that's not out of the ordinary. And like I said, my parents always instilled in me, just keep working hard and you'll come out on top. The whole American dream. So, do I regret my choices? No, I don't. Because at the end of 4 years, I'm in a position I never would have been in before. And it comes not at all by hard work. It came wholeheartedly from ability. I would say a solid 70% natural born ability, 30% hard work. If nothing else, what I have learned in my previous life, when I previously had gone to college, when I was previously in school, the years of work I did after, during, before college, it's that networking is your best friend if you ever want to get ahead in things, and that's something I didn't realize in college. So my hours of study didn't really pay off for anything except a piece of paper that honestly I'm gonna burn after we leave this academy. But yeah, no, I'm actually very much at peace with the decisions I've made at the school. And last but not least, I discover we have the Six of Wands. I need you guys, I know it's a real small little number on there. But I do hope that you guys are checking on some of these numbers, because I know my Roman numerals, but I don't deal with them on a regular basis. So I just, at a quick glance, I think I know what I'm looking at, but I don't always. There is a good chance I will fuck it up. So just so we're all clear, if I do fuck it up, I'm sorry. You discover a forgotten section of the academy, buried in dusty rubble and covered in magical ruins. With whom did you share the discovery? If you translated the ruins and dispelled the magic, what did you find hidden away? What escaped? I don't know, let's find out. What did escape? The Emperor. This feels like it's going in order, but quite genuinely, I don't know how it would go in order. This is for the Emperor. For the Emperor! Older man, thank you so much. I forgot to open my eyes there. Stability, dependability, fatherhood, father figure, structure, protectiveness, authority, logical, practical. We're rolling an NPC for this. What are the odds you get a Roman numeral that is a translation of 6 to 4? No, literally, I looked at it so hard to make sure that the first one wasn't a 4. And then when this one popped up, I was like, you're the 4. All right. If anything, it just reassured me that I picked the right one. But yeah, chances, honestly, with 22 cards, very low, I would say. The cards got me exactly. And they know what I need right now. Okay, so general meaning and interpretation. As a person, the Emperor represents an older man who is good in business and usually wealthy. Wow. Okay, keeping the status quo. I see you. Emperor is a solid, stable man. He is a powerful, grounded protector, but he can also be rigid and stubborn. Yeah, that sounds about right. This can be a father or a father figure or an older man you are romantically involved with. That's hilarious. The Emperor is a hard taskmaster and has little time for fun or frivolity. Children of the Emperor can struggle with father issues, as falling short of his high expectations can affect their self-esteem. That's phenomenal. All right, let's see. Let's choose health, because that might be something that's relevant here. This is our last card of the 3, so this is like at the end of year 1. The Emperor in a health context can mean that you might be being too hard on yourself. Reduce or eliminate activities that are too harsh on your body. Avoid punishing exercise regimes and be kind to yourself. Work with your energy levels, not against them. The suck it up and get on with it approach will not serve you well this time. If you need rest, rest. Okay? Wild. All right, let's see how we feel about this. I think this. Okay. Let's create an NPC because we're gonna bring an NPC down here with us instead. We rolled 4 Emperor. Okay. That is not my PDF. That is my PDF. Well, I have to scroll. Oh, there's a thing here in the back that I could use instead of reading everything. We got 4 authority, tyranny, stability, and power. No, I like what I'm reading from. Let's do... Faculty or student is a real question. I'm thinking faculty. I'm thinking I'm bringing some faculty member, like one of the various um faculty that wants me to go and like be their protege or work with them or be in their organization or whatever. So faculty. F and S, I bet you is what I wrote it as. Sure is. Okay. Profession first. Who are you? Who are you? The librarian. Okay. NPC librarian. The hermit. Probably I chose them because they're probably the only person out here not trying to get something out of me. What are their faults? Makes quick judgments. You know, I'm just not going to say anything until we've pulled all the cards. Makes quick judgments. What else? What's their personality like? Somber and reliable. Honestly, checks out. All right, and what's their quirk? What do they got going on? They love spreading cheer. That's so random. Oh no, I thought the ad break had just finished. Oh no, I'm so sorry. We'll go back over this, guys. They can't hear me, but just know I feel sorry. I was staring at it. I thought it was over. Apparently it was the countdown. I wish that. So what happens when in Twitch is there's a little green box that shows up above chat that tells me that shows me a timer as the ad progression goes down.
I didn't expect this.
Ooh, that's all under my tarot cards, huh? Hello, thank you so much, Critwit, for the gift itself, the Sphinx. I appreciate it. That's so cool. Thank you so much, Critwit. Very generous. And I'm sure Sphinx will definitely appreciate it. All right, we are back from the ad. I'm so sorry. I thought that I was waiting out the ad. Turns out that I waited out the timer until when the ad started. I was just saying I wish that it was different colors. The one that's counting down to the ad and then the timer counting down the ad. Like one was like a pink, the other one was a green or something, so I would know the difference. Well, I'm going to out myself as the one that has. So you're my turbo viewer. I do the lurkers, but I don't want to call them out. You're Gucci Crit Witch. No worries. That's so funny. Let's see. We have so this is what we ended up rolling for our NPC. We have a librarian who's quick to make judgments. They're somber, but they are reliable, and they love spreading cheer, which, you know, I like to imagine it as like somebody like the really serious old man who like when no one's looking will like do like a little magic trick to offer you like a lollipop or something to try and like cheer you up while looking like real like stern about it. That's who I like to imagine this guy as. I had a name that was in my mind. I don't remember it anymore. So they're going to be Juan. Because Juan is John in Spanish. But Juan feels more exotic for English speakers. So we'll go with Juan the librarian. And so what is this? Discover a forgotten section of the academy buried into... did you share the discovery? Translate to spell the magic. What did you find? What escape? Okay, and we had the Emperor who is steadfast in his decision making. Do I have anything that would... I don't know what SC stands for. This is the bad thing. So I named all of my... That's SG. Okay, SG is student generator. FS is faculty and staff. CG, what is creature generator? If that's creature generator, that's what we're rolling. Okay, we have a ghost generator. We have a creature generator. Let's go. I don't have to come up with one. So I go down and I try and I discovered this section of the academy on one of my many walks of just it's kind of intoxicating being able to watch your magic and being able to follow the magic as it leads somewhere. Kind of like in cartoons where when you see like an aura of magic coming off of just like a sparking off of somebody, or like being amoeba-ish in the way they draw it. It's kind of accurate, except this reaches out more, almost like limbs of their own. Think more like Swamp Man in how unsubtle the magic reaches out around you and like spreads off from you as it goes off in one direction or another. You don't always know. I don't always know. We don't always know where it heads to, but you don't really know until you go and find out yourself. So I go off and especially in my first year, I go and I follow this tendril that is leading me in a direction seemingly to the middle of nowhere. But out in the middle of nowhere, I find this destroyed section of on the side of the school. It's in the forest, covered, grown over, and it is buried, and the magical runes don't look purposeful. They don't look like they're preventing anything, like keeping anything in or keeping anyone out. It really just feels like something that crumpled here. And just no one made an effort to rebuild it, either because of positioning or maybe, a million reasons why. But if this is where my magic led me, who am I to overlook this rubble? And so I start to uncover it. I write down in my notebook the runes that I see, and I go to the library to study them. And while there, I spent a lot of time at the library nowadays, a lot of reading, with everyone having such expectations on me and Francine, we both spend a lot of time in the library, along with other students, but I'd say our hours are definitely the highest at the school, both with an ambition to learn, to gain more power. I mean, I know what Francine's ambitions are now, but back then I just thought it was the same kind of curiosity and hunger. So as we move forward, I have become good acquaintances with the librarian, as they don't do Dewey's Decimal System here in the academy, and I can't describe to you guys how off-putting it is to learn a whole new organizational system. And there's no Dewey Decimal. There's a really like archaic magical system that they came up with centuries ago. But it's mostly because you can just do a little bit of magic and call books to you. but you don't know how to do that yet, and you have to go um by the magical Dewey system at this point. So you were there with the librarian a lot to try and learn how it all works out, and you got there eventually. Sometime in your second year, you figured it out. But yeah, it's a somber old man who definitely did not like me to start with. I think something to do with the whole prodigy thing. For most of the time, I assume it's a prodigy thing. I just would like the record to show that I never called myself a prodigy, but everyone else did. So it's not really my fault, like, but I'd learn later that, he was a little sassy with it. He made his own quick judgments right off the bat. And because he is kind of like a surly guy, it's kind of hard to tell really what he's feeling and what he's thinking. So anyways, I lead him out there and he helps me with the ruins and understanding them, and he tells me about how this used to be the old greenhouse over here. But they decided to move it elsewhere because it was a better location according to the House of Dahlias. And, they know best. It's kind of their thing. However, as we lift up the ruins, we end up finding... Dun, dun, dun. What do we find? An otherworldly creature. We'll discuss what kind of otherworldly in a moment. The hairy otherworldly creature who likes to prey upon... You know what? That makes sense. Honestly, it checks out that they're here. They like to eat some stone. And what don't they like? Particular flowers. You know what? This actually works out really well. And I was worried because of my presumptions I made earlier. So there's this... So as we're digging around in this rubble, we end up finding this creature that pops out. Little hairy thing. You'd almost think it was like a badger of sorts. It's about the size and about the length, especially when you look at their claws. Large in nature. Scary, really. But their teeth are made of something else, almost like cow's teeth, in the way that they're all, I don't know the word for it in English, parejo, all even, all level with each other. I also don't know if I'd call them teeth. It's all like one piece. It's kind of like a retainer almost, in the way that it's all just one solid piece. And I don't know what it's made. They're not ivory. They're not the pearly whites. So I don't know what the teeth are made out of. And it's like a particularly hairy little fellow. Nothing I had ever seen before. I'd come to see some creatures in my time here at the academy. Some pets, some things we studied, some things that were ambassadors for their species in the zoo here on campus. But yeah, never seen this thing. And when I look at the librarian, he was conjuring up some sort of trap for this little fellow. And I didn't know what it was going to be, really. I just kind of sat there in awe, watching this thing kind of hiss at us. It was like a hiss with an echo in the middle of this forest with a lot of sound dampeners. So also like the echo was like in my head, really odd. But not the oddest thing I would come to find in my time here. So as I sit there, the librarian conjures up a sunflower, a large sunflower stalk. And I looked at him incredulously, like, are you serious? But somehow that worked. Apparently, these little Marlboros, not to be mistaken with the cigarette brand, these Marlboros don't like flowers. Apparently, they are really they like to spend most of their time underground in cave systems. And what we find as we remove more rubble after we bring the Marlboro to the zoo, we find some panthers, house of panthers, and they gladly escort this Marlboro to the zoo to be dealt with by those guys, the magical creature keepers. But Marlboros are not fond of flowers. So very easily kind of like herded away. But underneath all this rubble, and as we remove these runes, apparently the runes happen to fall in such a way that it was able to cover the whole of the underneath, where I'm assuming this greenhouse concaved underneath into a cave system, kind of like a sinkhole of sorts. And that would explain a lot why they moved the greenhouse elsewhere. And probably the amount of drainage created a sinkhole over here, but it wasn't nearly as big of a deal as it would be in the normal world because magic exists. We informed the groundskeeper and they were able to come and do some magic begrudgingly to fix this sinkhole once again. But that was my last act in year 1 of this game. A particularly wild one to start with. Kind of tame, actually, probably compared to the rest of the year. But oh, I don't need that open. But I wrote down my cards. I did. Okay. Because now I'm going to roll out, now that we're done with me, we have to see what happens with my rival. How did their year 1 go? Let's find out. We're not going to look at the prompts for these guys. We're just going to look at the cards. So they got the 9 of Wands. They got the 7 of Wands. And the Page of Wands. Can they pull the same cards I did? No, they cannot pull the same cards I did. So we're going to roll again and we're going to get a new last card. Oh, can I just roll this last one? Hold on, I might have the technology. The technology might exist. You know what? We're just going to re-roll it all over again. It's fine. Easy enough. Ace of Wands. I think Ace is 1, but I'm not sure. All right, and none of those are doubles, so that's good to know. So they rolled a 9, a 7, and an ace. Let me see. Do I need to roll anything else for them? Let's just see what the third one is. You attempted portal magic for the first time and it came naturally to you. All you had to do was envision the place and you could open a portal. Where did the first portal go? One portal attempt went wrong. What scar did it leave you? Have you recovered? That's spicy. Also, this is a wild pull. Right now, I'm probably gonna win the first exam. There's a good chance I do. Just because I rolled high. But if they would have rolled this, there was no way. Unless the odds would be in their favor rather than mine, but they could still win. They don't beat me. I don't beat them all the way. Let's see. So yeah, I think the word I would use to describe Francine in this time would be too ambitious for her own good. Because year 1 Francine too ambitious for own good, because Francine has had a couple of things happen now just in her first year. Like, I know we're house elementals and we're wild like that, but I feel like she's had a particularly wild year. Starting with her incident when we were meditating. And I think it comes from her natural adeptness, and ability to do things, like first try. That you can do things first try, but it doesn't mean you understand it. If you know what I mean. And I think that's what Francine suffers from. Having the practical knowledge, but not having the book knowledge on what she's doing. So when she astral projected and left her soul wandering, it came from pushing at boundaries she didn't know how to what she was actually doing. She kind of just punched a hole in that case and walked through it, and the hole healed back up behind her and left her wandering. And it's lucky that the faculty were adept enough and quick enough to be able to bring her back, lead her back to her own body. And in this case, now envisioning a place to go and just go, creating a portal there, so very lucrative. I mean, who doesn't want to be able to just instantly travel wherever they want? But when you do it, when you don't actually understand how portal magic exists, well, then it leaves you injured. And I think the scar it leaves on Francine now is Francine I think Francine loses part of her leg and becomes an amputee. Luckily in Magic World, they have modern medicine with magic imbued in it. So she was able to get a prosthetic, kind of like, like the new fancy prosthetics with like really good servos and joint movement and able to kind of like work with your nerves. It's the magical version of that. But I guess we'll see if Francine learns from her ambitiousness here in the next chapter of our time here at Breckwood. Partial leg. All right. And do I need to roll any major arcana cards for her, or am I good? No. What was my rivals card? The High Priestess. Okay. So we need to remember if we roll High Priestess, we just have to re-roll it, because technically I'm not supposed to have it in my hand. All right. But that means we enter year 2, coming back after a summer break. What happens in the Year of Cups? That's 6. We roll year 2. Soko and Francine. 6? 6 of Cups. During an afternoon stroll around the campus lake, a shocking, magical force launched you above the water right as you dropped in the middle of the lake. You saw someone on the shore. The water rushed around you and bargained for the last words you'll ever speak in exchange for your release. Oh. You saw it. The water rushed around you and bargained for the last words you'll ever speak in exchange for your release. Your lips forever have a blue tint to them as a result of this bargain. Who did you see on the shore? Which words did you give up? Did you tell anyone about the lake, and did they believe you? Let's see. Let's roll our tarot card and see what we get here. The World, XX1, 21? 21, that's funny. Nope. Yes, 21. Success, achievement, accomplishment, travel, completion, fulfillment, sense of belonging, and wholeness. Wow, okay, all right. The World Tarot card signifies having the world at your feet. This can be in a literal sense, as the world is one of the travel cards. It can represent new world opening for you, so you can expect to be welcomed by the people in the countries you travel to. It can also mean the world at your feet in another sense, aka being successful and opportunities available to you at the moment are endless. You have gone through trials and tribulations of the rest of the arcana. You've endured the hardship and learned your lessons, and now you will reap the rewards. You will be proud of what you achieved, and it has not been easy to get here, but you've done it. Let me see what health and spirituality say here in this thetarotguide.com, which I'm sure is a very good one. Health is, if you have been battling an illness or injury, the World is an excellent card to get as it represents successfully coming through adversity. It is a great omen for recovery. Your health generally should be on the up if the World appears in the health tarot card spread. And spirituality. In the spiritual context, the World signifies that you have come through the karmic lessons you were given and have learned from them. You now understand yourself, your path, and where and how you fit in this world. This is bringing you the sense of spiritual fulfillment. you have longed for. You will find you are very in tune with spirit and new planes are opening up to you. You may feel compelled to go out into the world and share your knowledge and experience. Forget the world. Can I just have my rival MIP? Year 2. Okay. Okay. We have an ad that's about to play, I think. At least a thing showed up that made it seem like there was an ad about to play. Did the ad already play? No, the ad hasn't played yet because we still have a pre-roll off. Why would you give me the countdown and then not play the ad? Does not want to mess with Raw. Actually, let me drink some of this also. Well, I guess let's talk about it until this ad plays. Fucking god damn it. I just said it. Well, as we wait for this ad to play, I think I know where I want this to go. Where's my phone? Oh, my phone's behind me. Have you guys seen this new Pokemon game that they came out with, this new TCG? It's literally like you open your own cards and stuff. As if you were buying your own packs, but it's like you wait for time, or you can buy them, I guess, with real money. I have an hour and 22 minutes until I get another pack I can open. But you also get like daily missions and stuff where you can get pieces that will like be able to boost your speeds. Yeah, we've all played mobile games. We all know the vibes that I'm talking about here. But it's kind of cool. Honestly, looking at them, I saw it on Blue Sky that people were playing with it, and because it literally just came out. And I noticed that it's like a really cool game. And I'm assuming it's really good for people who are really into that kind of really into the TCG part of Pokemon. But for me, it's just cool because I get to see the cards. It reminds me, Nilly has been doing a lot of Magic the Gathering stuff, and she tells me about it all the time. And she's been using her phone to take pictures of the cards to be able to log them. And it reminds me a lot of that. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it. Absolutely the fuck not. You won't be able to see it. But you can kind of see. I put my hand here. Well, I have you get a guaranteed like full art shiny, I'm assuming. I don't actually know what they're called. It's definitely a full art, and it has like a hollow edge. I don't know anything about TCGs. That's too expensive of a hobby for me. And what I've learned from playing last night, because I literally got it right after stream, is that I don't garner a lot of like serotonin, not a lot of joy comes from like pulling cards. For me, I don't get like really excited. Turns out, which is great for me because that's an expensive hobby. I was a little afraid because I'm like, oh, I don't want this to hit the good chemicals in the brain, and then suddenly this is something I want to do. Anyways, pre-roll is over. What happens here is I feel a huge magical force will launch me from behind into the middle of this lake, having to be very strong. Yeah, the Pokemon TCG Pocket. Yeah, Kalino. I am. Do you have a friend code? Send it to DM it to me if you have a friend code. Anybody has a friend code, feel free to put it out in the chat. I would love to be able to try and get your cards when you pull nice ones. And give you nice gifts when you do. And I also have no idea what else you what other benefits you get. I'm still running through the tutorial. But yeah, a huge force of like force magic hits me from behind, almost knocking me out or knocking me out. And when I open my eyes again, I find myself in the middle of this lake, plummeting down into the depths. And as this splash, as the splash so large, instantly breaking one of my arms, pulls me in, the water rushing in behind me, plunging me into this frigid water in the middle of this winter, having me gasp out not only in pain, shock, but just this amount of cold that instantly freezes any thought I have in my mind. And by the time I start thinking again, I can only paddle or swim with one arm, the other one useless in this moment, kicking with my legs where I can, but it's dark in this lake here in this winter. Some of the top of the lake at this point has a very thin layer of ice. It's so cold. I try to swim up, but I really can't tell up from down. I'm still trying to recover from having this large force tumble me into the middle of this lake. When I make it to the top, I feel I don't have anything really left in me as I claw up and I feel my nails rake on the cold ice above me, knowing that this is it. I'm not going to be able to do much. Not having learned any non-somatic or non-verbal magic at this point, and even if I had, I can't reach my wand. Not learning any wandless magic either. And in that moment, I almost beginning to accept that this is it. This is the end. I feel my magic reach out to something below me, and it touches something else's magic down there. And as it touches it, it whispers to me, about salvation, of how this doesn't have to be the end. All you have to do is promise me something, and I will give you your second chance at life. And my magic to this point has not steered me wrong. And so in this moment where my magic touches my elemental magic reaches out for this other elemental, this is, I know, sorry, I had to read the card again. This is a small price to pay for a second chance at life. I don't even think about it twice. And with it, I'm pushed out of the water, propelled onto the shore, and I lay there coughing, freezing, shivering. People begin to gather around me, asking me if I'm okay. doing some of the higher year students, drying me off, casting drying spells, and warming, conjuring a blanket, a heating blanket, and warming it up, dragging me off from the wet shore and levitating me to the medical bay once they notice my arm twisted in a way it shouldn't be. I'm in and out of consciousness. I hear the nurse talking to the headmaster, Dr. Elvis. Something about a blue tint on my lips. Something I'll come to see later when I look in the mirror. It asked me to give up my last words. And the words that I gave up were the name of the person I saw on the shore, wand out, brows furrowed, hatred in their aura. The person who tried to kill me. I can't point the finger at them. I gave up my revenge for a second chance at life. But that doesn't mean I don't look behind my back at each turn. I'd even noticed Francine spending a little bit more time near me, I think almost concerned about me. Or maybe just concerned about this final battle we're supposed to have. There's a rivalry. It's hard to tell. It's hard to trust anyone anymore. As we move forward. Is that the 3? Ooh, this is a bad year for us. 3 of Cups. You remember wandering the halls just before sunrise in an area of the school you'd never visited before. A spirit you cannot see whispered something to you about the academy's history. What does the spirit reveal? Do you believe it? Why does it give you nightmares? That's spicy. Why does it give me nightmares? Let's find out. Strength. Okay. Interesting. Strength. Strength means inner strength, courage, bravery, confidence, compassion, taming, control, overcoming self-doubt. It represents mastering your raw emotions in order to bring calm to yourself or a situation. It is similar to the Chariot in that it represents overcoming challenges. However, strength usually refers to inner challenges, overcoming obstacles we face in relation to our own doubts, fears, anxieties. In general, it means learning to master your fears and anxieties, to be courageous and daring. Why would it give me nightmares? What does it mean reversed? What does spirituality reversed mean here? In a spiritual context, strength reversed is an indicator that you have a strong connection to spirit, but emotional worries are stopping you from sensing the connection. Try to let go of anxiety and self-doubt to bring this connection to the forefront. Health reversed in context, in reversal is still an indicator of good health. However, you may be lacking in self-control, which could be leading to bad habits that negatively affect your health. Try to reconnect with your inner self control and tackle these bad habits one at a time. Don't try to do everything at once. Small, regular changes will accumulate in a big positive change. After the attempted murder of after someone attempted to murder me, a person I know and I see every day at this point, knowing there's nothing I can do, them walking around thinking they got away with it, that I don't know it was them. Knowing that they're still out there, knowing that there's this such hatred for me from people I don't even think about. I would have never suspected this person having any ill will or any will towards me. And it's really been affecting my mental, to say the least. I've started having trouble sleeping. Instead, choosing to walk the halls of the academy, paranoid, but restless. And on one of these walks in the middle of night, moon high in the sky, waning gibbous, I think is what one of the Celestials told me. I end up somewhere I've never seen before. And as I'm looking around, I hear a whisper, and then another one, and then a chill runs down the back of my neck. And with it, I feel my magic reach out to something, and as it touches it, I become cold to my core. As I'm told that prodigies, prodigies, they just want the strongest of you. The strongest are the ones that power this school, power this area, power the magic we all hold. You're simply a pig being fed for slaughter. And with that, my magic pulls away, I pull away. I look around, I don't see anything. My magic doesn't reach out for anything else. This cold is a bone chill. It doesn't leave me as I run out of the area, as I walk into warmer, well-lit areas. I look around, paranoid of everything, everyone. Who said that? Who was there? Where was I? Subsequent nights I go and I try to see who it was, what it was, try to see where I was, and I can't find that hall again. I can't figure out where I was. And I can't even begin to figure out who it might have been. There's spirits and ghosts around the campus. It's not unknown. It's not rare. Some of them are ghosts of students past, faculty past, just going through the motions of their everyday. That's what brings them peace. Others have more ill will, a festering hatred for the school that took its life, took their lives. There's other more somber, gone before their time, hoping to reclaim life in any way they will. And others, well, are older than the academy. Not ghosts, but spirits. And like the ghosts, Some are helpful, some are not, some have hatred in their hearts, spreading nothing but ill will. And there's no way for me to know which one of those it was. And with that, we pull our last card. The Ace of Cups. Jesus Christ, this is not my year. You're not winning this one. Let's just put it that way. Unless Francine also is having an atrocious year, this is not our year. You found a stack of books abandoned in the common room. Curious, you thumbed through them and realized certain highlighted passages linked together to form a phrase. A king is waiting for his constellation at the stroke of midnight. Find him in the river. Was this some elaborate prank or a mark of a secret society? Did you uncover more clues? Who do you think left the books in plain sight? There's a stream that breaks the campus in two. Could it be involved? I don't know. Could it be involved? Oh, we pulled the world again. All sense of knowledge, every sense of thinking I kind of had it figured out after my first year, having gotten more control of my magic, the elements, and being a little less ambitious, especially after all the incidents with Francine, of experimentations, or if experimenting, doing it a little bit safer. Especially with this looming plot building. They're a year older than me. That means I still have a year. I still have time. I may not be able to speak their name. I may never be able to tell anyone else what happened. But accidents happen all the time at Brockfoot. Why do you think we have so many ghosts? And on this day, I was looking through this book to help me further my plot. When I started noticing a king waiting, constellation, midnight, the river? What is that supposed to mean? There's a river on campus, but why would they leave it there? I pass one hand over the pages to try and get a read of the magical signature coming off of this. Is it new? Is it old? Undetermined. I can't take this to Juan, the librarian, because what will they know? And if they do know, will they even tell me? I'm not really big on going to locations right now that are unknown after the incidents of the year. But that doesn't stop me from trying to find out more about this. I go to this river in daylight. And I go see if there's anything odd, anything my magic will reach out to. And I walk there. I walk up and down the shore of this river, but if there were any clues, I think it would be hard for me to tell because I don't stop. I spend more time looking behind my back than I do at the river, at the shore. I try to think who could have left these books out there. Could I even find anything else? Is there anything else out here to find? Is there another magical society out there? A secret society? I wouldn't be surprised. If there is, what are they doing? Constellation screams House of Celestials, but I don't trust anyone right now. I spend most of my time in dorm when I'm not walking around. Dorm, classes, library, sometimes wandering. If I didn't have a social life before, my God, I don't have anything now. I don't find anything else about the secret society. There's a secret afoot, but I'm not the one to find it. Not this year. And with that, we find out what kind of year Francine had. Oh my God, already way better than me. We'll have to re-roll that 3 because I rolled a 3 in that same spot actually. But that is a page. I think 11 is page. We'll re-roll that 3 and then a 7 of cups. All right. Yeah, they are winning this year. All right, let's re-roll this again, and our 3 is going to be what we look at. Nope, can't be the page. All right, let's re-roll it. Please stop being the page. Thank you. I rolled 6. Fuck. All right, let's roll it again. Is that a 3? Did I see a 3 back there? Fuck. Okay, again. 5. That's a 5. Okay, we can do 5. 5 cups. Yeah, we're fucked. I have a 1 in 3 chance of winning that one. You lost your reflection? Oh my God, Francine. At first you didn't notice, but another student pointed it out to you. The student suggested your reflection had been stolen by someone wishing to impersonate you. Honestly, on brand for how my year was going. Oh no, this is wrong. That's page. Hold on. That's page. Everyone stop looking at that one. When the campus greenhouse caught on fire, okay, that's just more on brand. You were one of the first on the scene. What arcane powers do you call upon to control the flames? A quick investigation proved this was an intentional act that destroyed the Academy's plots of restorative herbs. Without those plots, magical sickness, illness, and injury could lead to death. Was the arsonist ever caught? Who suffers the most as a result of this loss? What was the motive for the destruction? I know. Hold on. I need to read this. I know who almost gets fucked by this. Me. I almost get fucked by this. Why? Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but somebody tried to kill me at the beginning of this year. And those it's why I spent so long in the infirmary, because that makes so much sense. It's why I spent so much time in the infirmary after the fact. Normally it would be a quick in and out. I mean, yes, my arm was broken. Yes, I almost drowned to death. Some would say I did die and came back. That's why my lips are forever blue now. But that pen's lost forever. this was a dual attack. An attempt to prevent me from being resuscitated if somehow I made it out. It was a major plot, and it now makes sense that Francine was around me more than not, because I was the one student in that month where the fire caught flame in the greenhouse, and then within the week I was in the infirmary, having literally kissed death, you know? Or at least that's what the rumor is, you know, the blue lips. And trying to figure out who it was, who did it. Did the ad just start? If the ad just started, I'm going to go find my pen that's under my desk. The ad did start. Hold on. I'm going to grab this pen because I don't trust this other one to have any ink left. All right. Got it. I think that's what happened. I think this was not an opportunist trying to kill me. I think this was premeditated. And I think Francine is worried about it. I think Francine is worried that someone is plotting against me, against possibly her. I mean, it's not a huge logical leap to make, you know? Wow, that's real unfortunate timing. Hello. If you guys can hear me, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Kiana, Shadow21. Thank you so much, Narcissus, for the raid. Hopefully you guys aren't caught in the middle of this ad. You are caught in the middle of this ad. Unfortunate. The ad is almost over. The ad break is over. But I don't know how that works when people are rated. Some of my best friends are ads. Is that like calling your friends bots? I have no idea when you guys are going to be back from these ads. You guys came in with like 30 seconds left on the ads, which is why I said that was mad unfortunate. Had you waited 30 seconds, you wouldn't have had to worry about it. No, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Welcome in, Raiders, Anaris, Kiana, Shadow21. I hope you guys are A, back from the ads, and B, having had a good stream. I saw that they were playing some Phasmophobia. Did my shout out command go out? It did. Maybe I really think I should put a delay on it. Because it happens instantly. Someone raids me and then boom, the ad goes. You're playing some Phasmo. I hope it went well. Welcome in, guys. I'm PB, at PB from at PB Plays Inside. I use she, they pronouns. Tonight we're playing a game called Tangled Blessings. It is a Magical Academy Dark Academia game, and we are just about halfway through. We're really, we are halfway through because we just finished year 2. Yo, let's go. Identifying them ghosts. Maybe you can help with the spirit that spoke in my ear and told me that I'm like a pig being fed to get slaughtered if I win this thing at the end of the year. Or at the end of this thing. Maybe you can tell me who comes in and whispers in your ear and tells you you're gonna die in 2 years' time. That's asking for a friend. But we're just talking about so we just had year 2. This is a 4-year academy. We are adults. We're 24, 25, 26 at the time of the story at this very second. We had my character has gone through the ringer. Last year was like freshman vibes, like missing home. Then what did I do after I missed home? I missed home. Oh, yeah. Then I was, Oh, then like everyone, I'm such a popular person. Everyone wants me on their side. I'm a prodigy. Me and my rival are prodigies, like the most magical beings that have appeared at this academy in years. So we obviously naturally were immediately pitted against each other, told that at the end of our 4-year contract commitment at this academy, we would be put against each other to figure out which of us is the strongest, natural things. Um, and then we have like a little fun side quest with a marbolo, which is a little creature that's like a badger that eats stone and hates flowers. So that was our like whimsical first year at this school. And then this last year, we immediately were almost murdered by somebody's name I can't say because I gave up the ability to say that name to the water elemental, probably, maybe something in the water in the lake that I was thrust into the middle of in the middle of winter. That definitely would have killed me had I not been given this bargain for my life. And I gave up the ability to say this person's name. And then in my insomnia of paranoia and inability to really trust anyone, I then walked into a section of the academy that I'd never been in before. And my magic reached out to a spirit that spoke to me and told me that prodigies were only made such a big deal because the strongest one was going to be sacrificed for their power to continue empowering magical society. And then what was the last thing that happened? What was the last thing that happened to me? Ace of Cups? Oh, yeah, then I found a book with like a secret message about like some king you can find on the river, but like I almost died in a lake, so like we're not feeling good. We're like the vibe's not there. So then I just rolled for my rival. We rolled a 5. We're on 5 right now. I found out that they were on the scene of the aftermath of an arsonist who destroyed all of like the magical restorative herbs and stuff. And we've realized that this person who tried to kill me, whose name I can't say, they also tried to ensure my death by making sure that none of these medicines were going to be available for me on the occasion that I got hurt. Or I survived. And I did survive, bitch, but you didn't. But you thought you were going to see me again. But you weren't expecting me to make a deal with some water spirit, did you, bitch? And yeah, so I've also determined that we are definitely losing year 2. Year 2 was not our year. Let me tell you that right now. Year 2, bad year. Bad year. I am Soko Martinez, and my rival's name is Francine Dolores. Although on my notes themselves, it says Francine the rival. So one can assume their middle name is the rival Dolores. So this is a tarot-based game, as you guys can see over on the side. We get a prompt with each one of our minor arcana cards, and then over here we have a major arcana card that kind of directs the narrative and our decision making. And we're just entering year 3. So let's see what we roll. Year 3 is the Pentacles, or Pentacles, as I like to say. The Queen of Pentacles, I have no idea what number Queen is. Year 3. Soko. Hopefully it's a better year for Soko than it was last year. Because that was fucking rough, man. We did not have a good time. Queen of Pentacles. Oh no, my notifications didn't ping me. Oh no, Lysander, I'm so sorry to hear that. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I just did a quick recap from we just got rated, so I did a quick recap. But basically, year one went great for us. It was just a little bit of like freshman blues. Then year two, I was almost murdered. I can't say the name of the person who almost murdered me. And someone told me I was going to be sacrificed like a lamb for slaughter as the prodigy. And then I found out that maybe there's some sort of magical secret society that meets on the lake or on the river. But I'm like a little traumatized of bodies of water at the moment. So I didn't like continue to go there. But Francine, my rival, had a great year two and found out that after having granted her year one was terrible. Like her year one was my year two, but hers were all self-inflicted. Mine was other people affecting me. So, we take those and we leave those. And then she found out that so she was first on scene for somebody who set fire to the herbal and restorative herbs in the greenhouse a week before I was attempted to be murdered. However, I made a deal with an unknown entity, magical entity, that took the words that I gave the words of the name of the person who tried to kill me. So I can never speak their name ever again at the expense of me getting to live again. So, but yeah, Francine found out that there might be a connection there, and now she is paranoid. My rival again is named Francine. Now she is paranoid about it, and has been kind of hovering around me more than usual. Francine and I don't hate each other, but we're not big fans. Francine's kind of like a kind of like a spiritual nut a little bit, and also kind of too ambitious for her own good sometimes. So that's where we're at right now. We're literally just starting year 3 with a Queen of Pentacles, like a Pokemon trainer. So right at the beginning of our year 1, like literally a week in, both Francine and I showed remarkable magical ability and talent. So much so that over the year, it was discovered that we're both prodigies of magical power. The first prodigies in a long time at the academy. And so naturally, the first inclination of our headmaster was to tell us that we were going to be pitted against one another for our entire stay there at the academy. But more importantly, at the end of our tenure there, and the end of our 4 years, we are going to be put up against in a duel, and our grades compared, and whoever comes out on top, well, wins. Wins. And we're told that, when you're a prodigy, there's a lot of opportunities that open up to you to do so. So, although that spirit did tell me that I was being, whoever wins is going to be sacrificed for their magic. But, maybe it wasn't like a good spirit. We don't know. I don't know, the prodigy curse. Yeah. The headmaster sucks. Those are great emotes, Crit Witch. But yeah, so our first one. Also, I'm so sorry these are getting cut off. I genuinely didn't have a ton of time to set this up, so I didn't get to check all of the words on these, but apologies to you guys. This year marked a very special occasion. The super blue blood moon. This lunar eclipse event sparked controversy among all. Some said that it was best to ignore all rituals this day, and that to engage magically with the moon during the event would evoke dark magic and summon specters from the grave. Others claimed this was the perfect time to unlock deeper magic within, and that dancing by the lake unclothed promised years of refined and precise casting. Did you participate in any blood moon activities? How did the mood on campus change once it's over? Before I make any decisions, let's pull our tarot card, our major tarot card, and see what it is. Is the Empress the one we can't pull? No, High Priestess is the one we can't pull. I want the record to show there are 22 of these and we keep getting the same ones. But luckily for me, I don't remember what the Empress is. Femininity, art, harmony, nurturing creativity. Okay, that's real cool. What is it upside down? Reversed, I'm sorry. Spirituality. Disconnected from your intuition, which is having a knock on effect on other aspects of your life. No. Damn. I was hoping to get a different card. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was hoping to get something else, but we're gonna go with the heart of the cards on this one. Empress, by the way, means pregnancy, fertility, motherhood, sensuality, nurturing, creativity, beauty, femininity, nature, harmony, or art. And in this, at the end of the book, it says, what is number 3? Sensuality, jealousy, ignorance, action. Action. Sensuality, jealousy, ignorance, action. Okay. 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 You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea for what we're going to do. I have an idea of how this is going to go. The Queen of Pentacles. So many possibilities. So what is going to happen is there was a lot of conspiracy as to what's going to happen on what was going to happen that night. It was going to be either a massive disaster of epic proportions, or it was going to be an empowering of those who reach for it. House of Spires was the most against doing anything, as always steadfast in trying to make sure that all of us stay grounded. House Panthers, in an attempt to keep everyone safe, took the Spires kind of lead and also warned everyone to not be led astray by promises of power. Although curious they were, they trusted House Spire. House Dahlia and House of Elements were the most I don't want to say wishy-washy. That's not the word I'm looking for. They are the most willing to kind of go with the flow. Prepared to join the festivities as the moon rose. The Dahlias, although all about flowers, there are plenty of flowers that only bloom at night. And being close with House of Celestials. Celestials were the ones that were a little bit more cut in half, but not so much because of any fear of what's going to happen that night, but more of indifference. Some of them were the ones planning all these activities, welcoming in any and all of other houses in for especially some of their more private rituals. The other half, indifferent. There is no power that we can gain here as our small little specks in the world, in the grand scheme of things, that would make any difference. So they didn't participate, not for fear, but indifference. House of Elements, where Soko and Francine are in, well, their instincts are connected heavily to the magics around them. The auras they see coming off of objects, off of people, off of themselves as it reaches out, letting instinct drag them, letting their magic lead them. And if the magic led them to the festivities, then they would take it. If it led them to the moon, they would take it. But if it did not move, well, then that was their answer. But both Francine and Soko were kind of looking for a leg up. Both of them had not great years so far in the academy. Last year, Soko's year was probably the most traumatic of her entire life. Francine's first year at the academy, had her soul wandering loose amongst ghosts for an hour, at least of our time, before she was returned to her body. And then an overambitious accident with a portal left her without a part of her leg. Scars abound from her ambitious leaps towards power, where ability far outshone skill. So Soko and Francine were kind of looking for an ability, a leg up. Well, maybe that's a little insensitive. Looking for an opportunity to rise above the other in this moment. And so as everyone anticipated what was going to happen on this night, anticipating good, bad, House of Elementals, waiting to see what the magic said, House of Dahlias, waiting to see if their flowers bloomed bright in the night, House of Celestials, already festivities abound, House of Spires in their tower looking down, Panthers, House of Panthers, patrolling around the base of the dorms, waiting to act on anything dangerous to keep the populace safe. The professors even were off doing their own thing on the side. The moon rose larger than ever seen before, blue, actually blue, not just blue in the name, but blue visually also as it rose large, reflecting that of which Earth had to offer. And as it rose, the flowers bloomed bright white. The shadow from the House of Spires flooded the field over it, reaching off into the forest, farther than even. House of Panthers felt themselves restless as their magic begged for them to take advantage of this night. House of Celestials, you can hear their whoops, their cheers, and their chanting. And the House of Elements, going every which way, following the lead of their magic. And as Soko headed out, as I headed out, following this lead. If it took me to the lake, then so be it, if that is where it had to take me. Francine, off on the other side of campus, also following her magic, following her instincts. Never having led her away from power. And as we both headed off into the unknown, but trusting that our magic had our best interest in heart, well, what happens when you end up on the side of the lake next to each other? The lake is large. It's not small, which is what made the incident with Soko much more jarring, much more helpless. This lake was enormous. Not a casual lake you could take a lap around. It's the kind of lake where you can hardly see the other side. Depending on the time of day, you might not be able to see the other side. So when both Soko and Francine ended up on the same side of this lake away from others, their magic touched each other for the first time. Like I said, they weren't enemies, per se. Different ideals, maybe. Different approaches to life. And this pressure put upon them by literally everyone else but themselves, well, that's what really affected the relationship. While they didn't really spend too much time with each other, kind of thrust in situations where others wanted to see them compete against each other. In this moment, this is the first time their magic had ever reached out to the other. And it was an electric feeling. One they couldn't get away from. It was like being shocked with static when you touched another person, but in the way it was in the word of shock. And as it touched each other, the magic began to intertwine, to surround them, to reach out up towards the moon. It began to glow, but only really to them. Anyone else who would see them wouldn't see this. Even House of Elements, who pride themselves in being able to see the magics of the world and interact with it in a unique way, in a way that the other houses cannot seem to see. Even they wouldn't be able to see their magics dancing with one another here on the side of this lake. The feeling electric. Soko and Francine really unable to do much other than to just look at it. Because what are they supposed to do? And as it intertwines, glowing white like the flowers of the dahlias, you begin to see this glow trickle down from above, down, intertwining around them, dancing around them, making shapes. If you didn't know any better, you would think they were ferrets playing in the light, in and out, swooping. And as Soko and Francine follow it, as they have trusted to do so forever, since they came to the academy, not knowing what else to trust but their own magical instinct, They sit there and they look at each other. And in that moment, in this moonlight, they kiss. And in the moon, they intertwine with one another, having their own sort of dance. As the magic of the moon trickles down into them, this bright white intertwined then with the blue as power seeps, magic seeps from the lake next to them as they combine, matching the blue of the moon into the morning as the moon sets at last, the sun rising. Francine and Soko awake with knowing each other a little bit better, but also feeling a strength, a boost in power that they hadn't known before, able to see, instead of seeing this amoeba-ish wispiness of magic around objects around each other, more clear-cut lines begin to form a mixture of colors and auras they were unable to see before, similar to that of the white of the moon, the blue of the water, but also now reds and yellows and greens and other shades of purples and blues begin to combine. And as they discover, as the year progresses and they enter into year 4, this matches up with the theory of magic, of the elements that make up things. And in that moment, in that night, when they combine their magics, their prodigal magics combined, and with the power and the ritual of dancing by the lake by the moon, they were able to, as the tale told, boost their power, which would be terrifying if anyone else had known about it. But being off to the side, on the other side of the lake, no one saw them. And when they came back, no one really saw any change in the day between them, but a sort of dalliance began to form between the two. The mood on the campus was high. Those who had participated in the dancing had felt a little boost in their power. As they said, a little bit more accurate, a little bit more precise, refined in their magics. But no one on campus saw such a boost from the super blue blood moon than Francine and Soko, who continue to try to reach that same high from that night with each other, night after night after that. And that was our first card. Let's see what our second card has to say. I don't know what the fuck that is. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that the 5 of Pentacles? Let's see. I'll match the prompts. Yes, it is 5. Fuck. That's a low number. It's like it's medium high, I guess. 2 of Blackroot's towers are joined by a narrow, uncovered bridge. Walking across it one day, you had a strange sensation, and when you looked around, you realized time had stopped. A figure cloaked in black walked toward you, through you, and stepped over the edge of the bridge. A frenzied whisper immediately echoed around you. They didn't tell me what I sold. Time resumed, and the new statue was in place where the figure jumped. What do you think the spirit sold? What does the plaque in front of the new statue say? We have to pull the major tarot card. I keep forgetting. Let's see what we got. The Hanged Man. Feeling trapped, confined, self-limiting, uncertainty, lack of direction, needing a release, letting go. In the general context, the Hanged Man tarot card indicates that you are in a situation that you are not happy with. You may be feeling like you are stuck in a rut or trapped in a situation or a frame of mind that is not making you happy, but you have the power to release yourself. This may involve walking away from a situation or getting a new perspective on it. You need to step outside of yourself and look at your situation from a different angle. Health means I don't need to read the rest of it because I already know what's happening here. As time stops, as your magic is stopped, this figure walks towards me, through me. I don't even feel them touch my magic as they go through me. That frenzied whisper catching me off guard, not knowing where it's coming from, not knowing where the source is. They didn't tell me what I sold. The moment time restarts, I look where this figure walked off. And I see this new statue. They didn't tell me what I sold. I don't recognize them. I look at them. I don't recognize them. I try to look closer, trying to place the face, but nothing comes to mind. There's a plaque, new and shiny, there. From a generous benefactor. Daniel Brackroot. Daniel Brackroot. You don't recognize the name. You recognize a surname. Knowing that this is the Brackroot Academy. But you don't know any Daniel. You've took your course in the Academy's history, but a Daniel never came up. Daniel Brackroot. They didn't tell me what I sold. What could this spirit have possibly meant? Is this Daniel Brackroot? How could I have seen them? Is this a moment that replays, and over the next month or so, you keep returning to this bridge, expecting the same moment, time stopping, the scene replaying. You try different times of day, you try the same time of day, the same day. The next month you try again and nothing. You never see this again. You try to look up a Daniel Brack route, having now gotten a hang of the library, being able to call in any book that might have mention of what you want. And you get plenty of hits about Brackroot, but an Anissa Brackroot, Elvis Brackroot, Jonah Brackroot, a lot of other Brackroots. One of the founding families that was around when the power of the speaking gem was finally able to be taken advantage of. That is until in an old scroll you had to go exploring the not Dewey Decimal System of the ancient magic book organizing system. You find a scroll would have turned to dust if not magical in nature. It's not there. It's not obvious. It's not there to the naked eye. The Eek Dewey system, yeah, essentially. It's the go fuck yourself Dewey Decimal System. You feel a pull to the scroll and you look at it, you read it, there's nothing there, but there's something that tingles at you. And when you look at it closer, you see an aura coming off of it, a purple. And you see this purple coming off of it. Something you would have not noticed had you not had that moment earlier this year of this advantage you got from the super blue blood moon. And you notice it, and as you look further, you roam your hand over it, and you mutter an incantation. Something that's supposed to reveal what is hidden. And as you do so, you see that purple begin to trace out lines. And you read about Daniel Brackroot. Was part of the founding family. However, Daniel Brackroot is not remembered fondly. A gambler, it says. Stole from the family, stole from the collective in order to pay off his debts. One thing in particular, a trinket, at first glance, it says. But inside held the spirit of a powerful creature. A sentient creature, happy to live in this pocket dimension inside this gem. However, has a temper, according to the scroll, and when sold off for pennies on the dollar, well, it did not work out well for Daniel Brackroot. Cursed by this creature to relive the same moments over and over and over again. The worst moment you'd be forced to relive over and over and over again. They didn't tell me what I sold. plays back in your mind. You wonder if he's talking about this trinket that you can only read about. There's no picture, there's no other description other than that. It doesn't say when Daniel Blackroot died. This is the only mention of him in the rest of the library. A generous benefactor. Daniel Blackroot. You wonder what that means. As you wonder if that's the moment that he is forced to relive until the end of time, the curse placed upon him. And if that is, you wonder why no one has tried to break it. Or if the creature was truly that powerful. With that in mind, you put the scroll away and you move back to the text. You have a test tomorrow. And with that, our last card, the Two of Pentacles. Oh, those are so low numbers. I don't think it's looking great for us. You attended a private club event as a trial guest. A trial guest? That's wild. Your written invitation indicated that if you behaved, you might be invited as a permanent member, or you would enjoy the constant support of club members. I feel those achy feelings. During the outdoor event, everyone wore white, featureless masks. A skeleton was on full display for the duration, with members on stage bowing and chanting to it. At the end, the skeleton raised a single hand and pointed at you. What did your research reveal about this group? Did you wish to join as a lifelong member? Gonna go ahead and roll this tarot card. The Magician, okay. The Magician means power, influence, willpower, resourcefulness, skill, ability, logic, intellect, concentration, and psychic powers. It is a sign that you have all the skills and abilities you need to be successful. The universe is aligning to bring positive changes your way. This major arcana trump card shows you that you must use your intellect, concentration, and willpower to make things happen. The Magician usually signifies a time in your life when you have the power to manifest the outcome you want. If it is referring to other people in your life, it usually refers to someone you can learn from. The ability and wisdoms will impress you. Tractor magic school, right? I attend a private club event as a trial guest. A skeleton in the middle that pointed at me. White featureless masks. Members bowing and chanting to it. And it pointed at me. And they didn't say shit to me, apparently, because I had to do my own research. What did my research reveal about this group? Did you wish to join as a lifelong member? Oh, how do I want to play this? I don't feel great about the fact that they're wearing all white and are wearing white masks. Typically, that doesn't mean great things. I don't want to do this. I I think I have to drop my pen again. Fuck. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We are going to say, okay, so as okay. We had the Queen of Pentacles first. That was the super blood moon. Then 5 was Daniel Brackroot, the gambler. Then we have the Queen of Pentacles. And then I get the magician that wants me to do more shit. Ooh, I don't know what to choose. I think if it would have been any other color than white, I would have felt better about this choice. Also, I don't like that they this has big country club vibes, and that gives me icky vibes, icky feelings about this. I know what I'm gonna do. This is year 3, baby. So what happens here is I remember in year 3 was the beginning of something bigger than me. So I was invited to this event by a faculty member, one of the various ones who wants me to become a protege in their subject. And I went, not one to turn down an opportunity. Like I said, networking is your number one skill here. And so I go to this event. It's weird overall. They kind of give me the runaround and tell me that I have to be behaved. And they might consider making me a permanent member. Though on the other hand, trying to sell me this society of theirs, telling me that once you join, you have the support of club members for all time. It's overall weird and awkward, and only becomes more awkward when I walk out and there is a skeleton there that they are chanting to and singing to. They're wearing all white in a featureless mask, so you can't tell who is who, not really. Well, kind of. You can still see their hair, so it must be for ritual sake. And then at the end of it, the skeleton raises a hand and points at me. Everyone turns, featureless faces, dark eyes stare at me. And I stand there not really understanding what is happening, but my heckles are raised. Is this some sort of sacrifice? A bold move by a faculty member to do such a thing. But after a moment, the hand lowers, the arm lowers, and the chatter begins again. Everyone looks away, and the ritual, whatever they were doing, is now over. No one treats me any differently. No one, once back inside, no one really makes any reference to what happened. I look at the faculty member who brought me with them curiously, but I don't say anything, and I'm almost afraid to ask. So I don't. But when I get back, I do ask Juan about it, the librarian. And he mentions the secret, not so secret society. To think of it almost like a sorority or a frat in a normal college. It's a bunch of people who join a club, and from there they swear an oath, and within that oath He assumes that it means that they will always have each other's back whenever they need help. Then they have a support system behind them. But that's about all Juan is able to really tell me. And my research tells me a little bit more. It tells me about how I don't learn about what the heck the skeleton's about. You're almost starting to think I almost think it's a prank, honestly. Like prank the new guy. But it does give you an idea. Our research doesn't come up with much more than what Juan told you. And there might be there's probably some magical defenses built into the oath, but you'd read a lot about oaths and secret societies and clubs and memberships a lot now. And you wondered, if I truly was being set up for failure or being set up to grow strong to then be sacrificed, well, it wouldn't hurt to have some fail safes. And so near the end of year 3, I don't go home that summer. And instead I cite, going to go work overseas, and I'm not going to be able to visit my family. And I cite that I really want to study for the next year, so much so that Francine also decides to stay that summer. But really, I have plans. I begin to recruit. It's not difficult. Everyone knows who I am. Just in the same way everyone knows who Francine is. I've done my research. Plenty of time, especially in the summer, to research societies, oaths, runes, curses. And I begin to set up my own society, my own secret society. One that promised this moment of security. At this point, plenty of our classmates have died. Poisonous plants, dangerous creatures, hubris, and whispers about murders. Well, you know that they're not just all whispers. Knowing firsthand someone is still around that needs to be dealt with. And so you begin to recruit. No creepy all white attire and dancing around a skeleton with white mask. No, that's we're not about that. That's creepy. That's some creepy shit. We're not about that. This is more, we meet on certain days. When the moon is high, we will meet out in a certain section of the forest that I'm familiar with at this point. Where my first year, I found that little Marbelow badger motherfucker eating away some stone. You once again undo the sinkhole runes, but this time you're much more talented. So I'm much more talented. So I go down and set up my own boundaries, clear it up, clean it up, restore certain sections of it, add stone here, marble there. And you cover it up again. You have the nice layer of dirt above. So anyone walking upon this path, well, they're not gonna fall straight down into a large hole and hurt themselves. No. They would be able to walk over it just fine. But this time, there's a secret entrance. One that only those in the know will know. One that will lead them down a staircase, through the grass, through the dirt, into this new hall, decorated with a chandelier, books along the walls, tomes, scrolls, a large table in the middle where meetings are held, chandelier above it, maps. There's magic to be tapped in the world that we're not taking advantage of. There's so much knowledge lost to conspiracy, to nervousness, your house elemental. You know, with risk, there's reward. So, while you decline the invitation to the creepy club, country club you were invited to, instead you begin your own club, your own secret society, one meant to preserve knowledge. Here we do not lie. Here you cannot lie. If you do lie, well, you're not going to have a good time. Here, the truth about rituals, people, and locations are told. Somewhere that those always seeking knowledge, they'll be able to find it. But those with impure intentions, well, the council decides whether they stay or go with their mind intact. And that's the end of year 3 for Soko. Time to find out what happens with our good friend, Francine. Damn it. we rolled the same thing. Let's see. So that's a 4. What is that? 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8. Oh man, there's a bunch of ink on this. God damn. Oh, God damn. I was like, why is my hand wet? And then we have to re-roll the last one. Oh, I have a white mouse. It's black ink. Oh, this is a disaster. Can you guys tell? Can you see my black finger now? Oh, I didn't like my secret society I came up with. Oh, no. I'm perfectly painted where I hold my pen. Look at this. You see that? On this finger, and then right there on the edge, how I hold my pen, and on my thumb. That's wild. Right, well, I've dried it at least. Oh, I already rolled that. Fuck. Anyone remember? Oh, no, I had to re-roll it because of the 6. Knight of Pentacles? Fuck. Oh my god, I think she wants this one also. Knight of Pentacles. I don't know what the knight is. Maybe... Oh yeah, is that why you don't have any ink? Because it's all on my fucking fingers now? Pentacle. Put that down. feel like I dropped my other pen. Yeah, I didn't. I have other pens. Hold on. That's a lot of pentacles. Oh, it's a lot of pentacles. A lot of pentacles, as I like to say. Nine of Pentacles. The pen's fault. That's what I'm saying. What a jerk. All right. Let's see what what kind of year they're having. Knight of Pentacles. It's probably a good one. Is it Pentacles? It is Pentacles. Boop boop. And we want 3. By your 3rd year, you had a good grasp of the campus layout and found a secret place. This small area allowed you to practice spell work, mixing potions, casting rituals, and more, all by yourself. You even made a secret entrance to hide the way in. At some point, someone else found their way in. They took any personal items you'd left there and destroyed your altars. Where was your secret place? What do you think? Who do you think stole it from you? How do you cope with the loss? Damn. Wild, bitch. I also want to see, hold on, I want to see what other things you got. Oh fuck. What is number 2? 2 is 4. Okay. And then pay, oh no, those aren't what you had. You had 4 and 8. 4 was, okay, that's still the same. And then 8 is a new one. No, I'm good. All right, so Knight of Pentacles, 4th year asks you to attend a converging of houses party. Okay. No, it's not. That's not. It's this one. By your 3rd year, you had a good grasp of the campus. That sucks for you, Francine. So sorry. So sad. I don't know who done it. What are the questions I need to answer here? They took your personal announcement. What was your secret place? Who do you think stole it from you? How do you cope with this loss? Let me pull a tarot card. Let me pull a tarot card and see if that gives me any direction to go here. Well, that's definitely a direction to go here. Death is what we rolled. Spiritual transformation, new beginnings, letting go, endings, transition, or sudden unexpected upheaval. That feels pretty on par with what has happened. Here. The death card transformation can be a bit of a shock to the system, but ultimately a positive one. Spirituality. Death, physical death is a form of transformation when our spirit leaves the physical body behind and transform back to the spiritual beings we are all are intrinsically. She did that her first year. The death card represents spiritual transformation. In the spiritual tarot reading, it indicates a time where you can deeply connect to your higher self and discover a depth of spirituality that you may not have even known you possessed. The spiritual transformation may be brought by grief, loss, or heartbreak that you have experienced. It can represent a difficult transition from an old situation to a new beginning. Try to embrace the change, even if it is difficult. It is leading you to a higher path. Okay. Okay. Um, okay, so what are my questions again that I need to answer here? The secret place, I think, was an actual room. I think she found an actual room somewhere, behind a statue. When you pulled a certain sconce on the wall, it would open the statue, or the statue would open up, and you could sneak on in. It was old, it was dusty, um, old classroom probably, but because it had material still in there. She took her time, she fixed it all up, almost in tandem with Soka, who was also doing the same thing out for her secret society that she had just recently set up. One that Francine is unaware of. Francine and Soka's relationship is odd. They're not friends, not enemies. They're not really lovers in the love part of it. They have relations, but not out of a love, a yearning maybe. It's complicated. On Facebook, it's complicated. So she doesn't really know what's up with Soka. She does know she stayed for the summer, and so did she, which is why she was able to create this space for herself. And it almost narrows down who did it. Not a lot of students stick around. And who stole it from her? I think it was a faculty member or staff. The groundskeeper. Oh, that's spicy. Wait a second. No, wait. Let's follow this one. The groundskeeper. Someone that Shoka has dealt with. Okay, what is her personality like? Strong and gentle. String and gentile? I'm gonna go with strong and gentile. No one. I typed these all very quickly. Strong and gentle. What is their fault? More brawn than brain. That's mean. And what is their quirk? No, we can't have them. We already did that one. Unpredictable. I like that one better. Unpredictable. Groundskeeper. We've already dealt with a groundskeeper. Let's call them Clarissa. Clarissa is our groundskeeper. Strong and gentile, more brawn than brain, unpredictable. They're our groundskeeper. This is interesting. This is very interesting. And you think the groundskeeper did it? And took that room from you. Because once when you try to return after having found it destroyed, trying to, just make your safe space again, you couldn't. You weren't able to open that room again. The secret passage gone, moved, something. There's only a few people that really know how the academy works. The walls aren't alive, but the faculty the people who run the academy do keep the walls moving. You think she thinks it has to do something with the secrets of the academy. How the secrets maybe of the speaking gem. So when you go to try and find it, you don't find it again, but you do see a magical trace. And when she follows that magical trace, it ends up outside, leading her towards the groundskeeper's dorm. And you wonder, the groundskeeper? Groundskeeper Clarissa? You can't imagine why it would be Clarissa. It would explain how everything was destroyed. Some of that stuff was heavy and expensive, mind you. Altars are not easy to set up and especially move into that space, even with magic. And coping with a loss is difficult. To start with, it was a lot of time and energy spent there, especially as she saw Sokka less and less, and more with other people. And she takes that moment to kind of recenter herself into her studies, into her abilities. That was what her secret place was supposed to be, but she had gotten distracted. Having all this privacy to herself to be able to do all these things kind of it gave her too much freedom. And if we have learned one thing about Francine, is that her ambition knows no bounds to her detriment. So maybe it was better that she really hadn't gotten to spend too long in that room by herself. She needed to be grounded. And she knew a person in the house spire that was very interested in her company. And, well, they're supposed to keep you grounded, right? And that's year 3. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. This is our final year. I don't want to speed run this year, but we are going to go a little bit faster here. So, are we ready to duel for year 4, the year of the swords? Oh my god, is that a 10? That has to be 10, right? It's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's 10. R.I.P. that man. Year 4. 10. 10's a good start. 10's a great start for swords. You and your rival found each other in the library. They invited you over to a chess set, and they took the first move. Even if you didn't join them, you could tell they had something they wished to discuss with you privately. Did you hear what they had to say playing the game, or did you leave them alone? But rumors swirled across the campus regarding this encounter. Oh, spicy. Okay, let's see what the tarot card has to say. The moon. I don't know anything about the moon. Oh, that's so spicy, though, just thematically. Wait, that's perfect. That actually is perfect. Intuition, illusion, dreams, vagueness, instability, deception, anxiety, fear, misconception, subconscious, insecurity. In general, the moon tarot card in an upright position is that everything is not as it seems. It is also the Major Arcana Tarot card of intuition. The moon tells you that something about a situation or person in your life is not what it appears to be, and you need to trust what your instincts are telling you in order to see past this illusion. The moon also indicates that you should pay attention to your dreams, as your subconscious may be bringing your attention to some information you've missed. The moon can also signify that you are letting your anxiety or fear overwhelm you, which may have a negative effect on your outlook, causing you to suffer from more mood swings and insecurity. The Moon Tarot card can represent underhanded or dodgy deals or illegal behavior. It appears in this context, it is a warning to clean your act up before your behavior is exposed. No, I like this. No, I really like this. No. Wait. I like this. Fuck that last part. I like the beginning part of this. Because this means something. To Francine and Soka. This means something to them. So as we end, so it's just another day. Early on in the year, maybe first month, if that. It's kind of hard to tell since you've been here all summer. But at the beginning of the year, you found your rival sitting there in their, in a button-up, a green button-up t-shirt, silk maybe? T-shirt, blouse, top button, unbutton, Francine, black hair, blue eyes. No, we'll say green eyes because I said green blouse. Green eyes, green blouse. Sitting there. Sleeves rolled up. She looks at you expectantly. You're not strangers. Kind of. But not really. It's been not only 3 years, but you guys got close last year. She looks at you in a way she hasn't looked at you, but has looked at you. Looks at you with a seductive look almost, but you can tell there's something else there. You two have had a connection you've been chasing for a whole year at this point almost, since the super blue blood moon. You've been chasing that same electricity ever since. And you feel it, but it's not the same as that night. And so on this day, your auras reach for each other again. And you see in her eyes, past the apparent flirting she's doing with you, there's something else. A fear? Maybe? You're confused, but obviously there's something that needs to be said. The place across from her is empty. She looks at you expectantly, and you've never been one to deny the pull of your magic, so you move forward. You sit down. You were ready to go study, so you're looking a little bit more disheveled. Tie loose, top button of your collar undone. Your hair is in a bun. Shirt's like half untucked, but you sit down. You sit there in front of her, and she makes the first move, pawn forward. Not atypical. But you see her magic follows it. And it's not the magic that anyone else would see. No. This is the magic you two can see. The ability you both gained that night. And you see it. Purple. traces of purple on that pawn before it recedes away. And she looks at you expectantly, your move. You move a pawn on the other side of the board. Questioning what this is about. It's tinged with blue as she moves her next pawn down and further on, spelling out a story to you and you alone. Telling you how the king sees you as pawns. And the knights pretend to protect you. But the bishop leads. And it goes around all your defenses. The knight's a distraction. The king steadfast. The queen hungry. Waiting for the bishop to open a path straight to checkmate. It's a long game for you two, but it's short in reality. It's charged. There's a lot being said, and you suspect you know what it means. The words creep down the back of your spine, and you notice her look at you, what may just look like her staring at your neck, but you feel it. The chill that ran down your neck when you heard it, like pigs to slaughter. She looks at you, knowing you know something, but no one else can know. No. If this is true, then this is the one thing they don't want you to know. And they would do everything to make sure you don't. And so the only way to really cause a scene without causing that scene is to cause a greater scene. You are both elementals. And what's more explosive than two elementals joining? You two would know that the best. So you make a scene. No one knew before, but your dalliances, no. Why would they? You and Francine have odd hours, thanks to all the pressure you two have put on yourselves. So when Silka stands up, when I stand up to shake Francine's hand, good game. Francine's hand slides up your arm, up your shoulder, and down to your waist and pulls you in. And she says, I win, and kisses you, and it causes a wild scene. Whispers immediately the two prodigies. Is this new? Is this a thing? Did you guys know? Did you see it? Oh my gosh. I thought they hated each other. I did too. I can't believe. Do you think it's one of those, slow burns? You like, what is this? What is happening? How long have they been together? Is this a beginning? Did anybody watch that game? No, I was watching them. The tension was palpable. Over chess? Yeah, I mean, they're weird, I guess. The whispers run wild of the prodigies in a relationship together. But under the moon, you invite Francine to your club, your society. It's not rare to see you two together. It's easier to sneak around when you're very obviously sneaking around, catching a moment here and there together, but really, well, there is something there. You won't deny that. Neither of you will deny that. No, no, no. This is for something different. This is the lighthouse on the edge of the ocean. This is an ad that started playing. I promise you guys, I would snooze these ads while I'm talking if I could. I snoozed all 3 ads yesterday, and it doesn't want me to snooze anymore. It's literally grayed out. I have 0 out of 3 snoozes. You only get 3 snoozes for 5 minutes. It's very annoying. I'm very annoyed by it. But I won't tell the rest of the story until you guys get here. This is only the first card. We got 2 more cards to go and an entire finale duel. But this has gone in a direction. Definitely. Dude, what a perfect pull. The moon, after their super blue blood moon, where they danced the night away with their magics combining. And now the moon, meaning wanting to tell me something with the moon, which means to be all suspicious and shit. Oh my god, how am I gonna pass that up? Okay, yeah. Okay, going back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. So, as she leads her out into the forest, into the club, in the Hall of the Truth oath taken, not only does the oath strength multiply, not with 1 but 2 of the strongest wizards of our time, but this unity, a strength that they know is there, that's only there when they're there together, when they unite under the truth, under the oath of secrecy. Does Francine tell you what she heard and you tell her what you heard? Similar stories, a specter, except hers was real, in person, a shadow, and yours, a whisper in the night, in the hallway, still not found to this day, but with the same message. You're being built up. Promises of riches are lies for you, at least. And with that, they begin to plan under the guise of a relationship. Though, maybe time will tell. Oh, shit. Fuck. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Hold on. Blessings, yeah. Oh, fuck. Well, we're just gonna have to rely on me. You're just gonna have to rely on me. I forgot to rewrite something. This is 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. We're just gonna have to rely on what I said on this one. So sorry. So sorry. All right. That's a spicy one to get year 4. Fourth years are required to study the creatures in the surrounding forest, and are often trusted to do so alone. While you were making notes about a new discovery, you heard what sounded like a woman singing. You'd learned enough to know that's never a good sign, so you packed your items to leave, but the woods had shifted around you, obscuring the trail, and the singing grew louder. What was stalking you, and how did you escape? I'll pull the tarot card. I have a thought, but I'll pull the tarot card. Hold on, I don't remember what the Hanged Man was. It was on Great News. Let me see. I want to check one thing here. Hangman means feeling trapped, confined, self-limiting, uncertainty, and lack of direction, needing release, letting go. Okay. I don't love this card for what I have planned. Let's roll it once more and see if I like the next one a little bit better for story reasons. All right, let's see what the devil says. Addiction, depression, mental health issues, secrecy, obsession, cheating, dependency, bondage, materialism, sexuality, powerlessness, hopelessness, abuse, violence, assault. Oh, right, okay. The Devil Tarot card can signify depression or addiction. It can also be a sign of feeling trapped or restricted. All right, what I'm gathering here is the same thing as I'm feeling trapped and I'm feeling trapped. Thank you so much. That, you know, the tarot cards have spoken. Who am I to say? What happens here? Okay. Okay. Well, you know, I just don't like when I pull a tarot card that is literally the prompt. Is my issue. That's why I'm just like, I feel like I don't gain much complexity out of it when it's what the card is. But you know what? If that's what you want, that's what we want. I walk around just this year I walked around in our creatures course, and there's not many of us left in this course. Not many fourth years around. Maybe 50 of us from, I'd have to say, about 200. So, and in this class, probably only 12, 14 of us, maybe. So, letting us out into the surrounding forests, I wouldn't expect many of us to be around, but I do know several people in this class fairly well, being part of our club. So, as I'm going around, I am alone, having followed coincidentally a creature related to the Marlborough, but this one does like flowers. A little too much, one might say. Um, it causes issues in ecosystems sometimes from how much they devour flowers, but you know, natural checks and balances in nature, I guess. They have their own predators, which is why they're hard kind of to see. Think of them as kind of like field mice, but longer. Not like ferret or stout long, but just, kind of long. Kind of like think weenie dog, but field mouse. Like those kind of proportions. And tiny little things. Being able to wrap up a stem very quickly and able to munch down all the way. Kind of like a rabbit. They're cute, really. But if that's what you were studying, happy to see one again. They're hard to find because they devour flowers very quickly and they are really wily guys. However, that's when you start to hear the singing. At first you think maybe even it's one of your classmates, but I don't think they would be that cruel. No. You start hearing it get louder and that's your cue. That was my cue to go. But when I turned to leave, that tree wasn't there. Because you marked it. Your magical trace is no longer there. In fact, your magical path out is no longer there. Your breadcrumb's gone. But the singing keeps getting louder and louder, and you keep moving. You keep trying to leave. It doesn't matter if you're going deeper into the forest, so long as you get farther away from the voice, but you never get farther away from the voice. You don't recognize the language that's being sung. You get to a corner of the forest you recognize, but it's not where it's supposed to be. You begin to wonder what is going on. And you realize as the music gets right near you, thinking this is it, that you're trapped in your mind. You're not in the forests. You're in the forest of your mind. Of the mind. And you try to think about what you read in your book and what to do in this situation. But that's when you start hearing another voice sing and you think, oh, this is it. And then another voice singing. You don't remember hearing about this creature traveling in packs. It was a lone hunter, an otherworldly creature coming through rifts in portals in time, in dimensions. They're from the in-between, and they prey on those that hear them speak. Trap them in their minds until they can get close, not being really corporeal, but still being able to interact and devour your mind for your knowledge is what they say, but not many have survived encounters with them. But you hear singing other voices, a male voice now. And as you hear the singing and you hear Francine's voice behind you, getting closer to you, also singing, the otherworldly voice, the one keeping you trapped in your mind, sounds further and further away until you're able to open your eyes and you're in the forest still, but you look around and you see the faces of those people that you knew, the people in your club, people in your class. Everyone had heard the singing and your crew followed your signal. That in the one of the perks of being a club member, and they followed, and then they were able to sing, being the way to escape the situation is to disrupt the waves, the sound waves, the magical sound waves coming through from this creature. And then the more that was sung, the more you disrupted the sound until finally the cacophony cut off all connection. You turn around, Francine is there. Standing over you, wand out in the direction of where you can only assume this creature was. She grabs your shoulder reassuringly before helping you up, and you thank everyone around you. And it's not the first time you almost died, but at least this time you weren't going to be alone. With that, you had more. You had an idea. You had a thought. Maybe you were going to get out of this. And our last one, the Queen of Swords. Ooh, I think this is like 12 or 13. I don't remember. All right, let's see. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Oh, I must have fucked it up. I fucked it up. I'm so sorry, guys, that you guys are unable to see what this prompt is. That's on me. But you're just gonna take my word for it. Queen is, you notice that a statue you walk, man, me and statues, huh? A statue you walk past every day had blood flecked across the sword it held. The blood seemed fresh, and you can sense a vague smell of illusion magic. Was the blood an illusion, or was the illusion hiding something worse? Did you ever figure out who was responsible for this spell? Let's pull the tarot card. The Empress. Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure that I have the Empress correct. Yes, harmony, art, sensuality, motherhood, fertility, femininity, creativity. I know what's happening here. The end of the year is coming, but you still have unfinished business. You can't say their name. And they've been lurking. You didn't know when it was going to happen, how it was going to happen. You were going to have to get creative. That's what you found out. A lot of limitations. When you can't say the name, you can't direct a name, you can't direct magic towards a person. Well, means you have to be creative. And it also means you can't exactly ask other people to do this magic on your part. But you did find one spell. It's not a pretty one, but it would get the job done. In fact, you think it might even be helpful to you. And that's why you walk around this place often. You walk by it every single day. It's a little off the beaten path, but It's not exactly a quiet hall. So you walk by one day, you look out for it every day. You think this is going to be your lucky statue. And that's when one day you walk up to it and you notice something out of the ordinary. Specks of blood. It looks fresh. You look at it again. You can smell something. And you smile. You take a moment to take the glamour off before putting it right back on. You had done some research before. A curse by a powerful being in a locket. The one to relive a day over and over and over again. And that's fun and all. But the part that interested her the most was you didn't need the name of a person to turn them into a statue. No, you just needed a signal of theirs, a trace. If you had an item of theirs, blood, something that held their magic, well, that's all it needed. All they needed to do was die. It was a slow process, making them into stone. But there impaled, you saw the visage of the name you can't say, a name forgotten, and a name forgotten. Well, that just means that that plaque is going to contain somebody else's name. And here, forever immortalized in stone, is the man who tried to murder you. Your second year, came back foolishly to work as faculty. Just a normal staff member. Think of it as like a teacher's aide, working up, an assistant working up to be something. But they were never really that good in school. I'm surprised they got the job. Maybe it was a favor to me. It doesn't matter. Because you got your revenge. And you get to see them every single day now. If it isn't the consequences of your own actions, forever known as the asshole. And like that, we have our 3. Let's get our rivals 3 and then move on to the showdown. Duel. We have the 5, the queen, and the page. Fuck. Dude, they might win. Like, straight up, they might just win this. I hope not, though. Oh, we can't do the Queen of Swords because I got the Queen of Swords. Okay, so we do the page, which I think is 11, but I'm not sure. So they got 5. I literally wrote Roman numeral 5. That's on me. Let's do that. We have to re-roll this for the queen. Did I just roll the queen again? Son of a Biscuitian bulldog. There we go. Is that 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is 9. Ooh. Maybe I win this one. I'm not sure. It's going to be close. You got distracted. You'll go back. Oh no, great. It's a good one. That was a good one. Okay, let's see. 4. Number 2. Let's show 2. Fuck. This is 9. All right, let me go to 9. Someone put a curse on you and it took shape of a cold you couldn't shake. Your lips were cracked and it hurt to swallow and your joints ached. You used a campus healer for help and they said you'd never get better unless you buried something valuable. They offered suggestions like shaving your head and using your hair, forsaking a family heirloom, or burying your favorite book. No matter what, you could never recover the item or the curse would return. What do you bury? Where on campus does it rest? Have you checked to see if it remains? Oh no, Francine. As the year closes out, you've learned that people have stock on who wins. You or Sokka. Only in the same way that people are over invested in fantasy football scores and only care about the individuals as numbers on the page rather than the individual themselves. That is how people have begun to view you and Sokka. You are merely entities with a price on them. And some people, well, they're still gambling in magic school. And some people have bet big, been in classes with both of you and have their own opinions as to who's going to win, going as far to put money on who will win. And as the year begins to wind down and the final exam, the final duel comes, well, you know something they don't. But that doesn't stop them from attempting to hurt you. I mean, you saw it before. It was jealousy, as we saw with Sokka earlier in their career. But no, this time it was on you. Someone put a curse on you, a cold you couldn't shake. Sokka helped you where she could, bringing you soup, bringing you ointments, helping you decide what you were gonna bury. Favorite book, heirloom. There was something that she had held on to since the beginning. It's really what sent her on this road. It was her grandmother's. And she's going to lament losing it, but she hasn't made it this far. Just to lose now. No, they had plans that they needed to see out. And so with Sokka on one of their other supposed rendezvous sessions, they headed out together into the forest and found a spot untraveled. And they dug a hole deep enough, a borehole almost, if you wanted to think of it. And in a locked, enchanted box that Sokka had prepared for you, Francine took off her gold necklace. At the end of it, a small gold cross. She puts it in, she clasps it back again. She holds it in her hands and gives a little prayer one more time, thanking her grandmother for this. And she's sorry that this is where they're going to part ways. And she hopes she understands. So he puts it in the box, closes it. Soka puts her hands over hers, making sure that this is what she wants. Wordlessly, Francine nods and takes her wand out and magically lowers it down this hole, maybe 8-10 feet deep, somewhere where if someone will have to work to dig it out. They stand there. She mourns it a little while before holding hands with Sokka and walking out of the forest together. Very quickly, feeling better, the curse breaking, Sokka tells her she sees the oppressive green hold on her magic was gone. And with that, that is the end of our years, and now we enter the final exam. Will we be Besser or will we Besser of rival? And that is what it's supposed to be. We have 50 seconds to this ad finishes, so we won't make any rolls yet, but we have a couple of questions to answer. Do we feel like we've studied enough? I feel like we did. I feel like we definitely have. I think we've even gone above and beyond in studying. A lot to make up for year 2. Let's put it that way. And do I trust my rival to play fair? Yes, in a way, I do. Yeah. Am I nervous? A little bit. Yeah. Knowing what Francine and I know, I'm a little bit nervous about how things are going to go. Do I even want to win? In a way, I do. Yeah. And so I'm going to take a drink of water and into the exam as we go. In part 1. So how this goes is, all these numbers I've been writing down. So what I have to do now in theory is put 3 of these cards in a I have to put these 3 cards in a Prodigies Be the Campus. Let's go. I have to put these cards in their own little decks of 3, and we have to pull, and we pulled one card at random, or the top card, and that card is going to be what determines who wins and who loses. Both Francine and I will draw one card, and the person with the highest number during that round wins that round. Let's see. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to place 1, 2, or 3 on these numbers. All right. It's going to be exciting. Let me find where I have it. All right. Oh, nope. That's not what I want to do. We want to duplicate you. That's fine. I don't need to rename you. what I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna roll a d6. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just gonna roll a d6. We're just gonna roll a d6. And I thought I had the thing set up. I do not. So this is what I will do instead. I will over here. Okay, that was something else. I'm gonna pop this up. We're gonna call this text GDI. I'm not gonna really put much effort into that. And we are going to bold, not bold italic, just bold. We're gonna make you 100. And I'm gonna write down 10, 11, and 6. Oh, let me do this actually. This will make more sense. 1 to 2 will equal 10. 2 to 3 will equal 11. Oh, I need to check my math actually to make sure some of these numbers are correct. Because I actually have no idea what the wands or the page is. Some of these numbers are. I have it written down though in this section in particular. Let me see what I have written. Page is 11. Okay, page is 11. Cool. And ace equals 1. Good to know. Let me just turn off. Oh, let me put all of these on. And we're gonna drop you. Oh, let me actually, boop. This is Soka. Which is me. Me? I am Soka. Can I do that and you work? No, that's fine. Soka. And then let me turn off this tarot card and put Francine over there. This is going to be Francine. And Francine rolled 9, 7, and 1 our first run through. All right. And is this a dice roller? Are you reliable? No. You're somebody who sells dice. I don't trust you. Okay, I like that. That's pretty. All right, let's add a I am excited to see who wins. And most importantly, what I'm gonna do when someone wins or loses. Is it the prettiest thing in the world? No. But at least together we shall see. All right. So as you can see there, 1 to 2, we will, it'll be a 10 for me, 2 or 3. It's 11. I am the left dice. Oh, you know what I could do actually? I can do that and we can turn those off. And then I can grab this and copy you. I could duplicate you. And we'll do this. And then I'll do the same thing over here. That way, there's no guessing that has to be done. We just do this together. Together. Forever. All right. Are we ready? Our first... Oh, shit. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Our first duel here is going to be spells and curses. We're to show off our wand flourishes, our magical tethering, our control of mystical energy, and most importantly, the caster's will. Which of us is going to have the strength of will to win our first encounter? Let's find out. I rolled a 10. Francine rolled a 1. The winner is Soka. 1 for Soka. Let's go. All right. Let me do a little thingy majig over here so we can track it. I wonder what button I have that mutes me. Let me check real quick what my hotkey is for mute. Remember that time I used to have a number pad for muting and stuff like that? It was all like the F keys, all the fake F keys. Well, sometimes, guys. Let me clear that. Sometimes those when you uninstall those things, the keys change to normal buttons. And I use the number pad to type all my numbers in because I used to work retail where our scanners never worked. And I had to type in all the barcodes and credit card numbers myself. So I got real good at typing with the number pad, and I will forever do that. We're just gonna clear all of that real quick. Just in case I fucked that up. I know what I did. Wow, that was a little bit ago. Okay, so what happened is round 1 went to Sokka, and in the beginning of our career, Francine was actually the one that was better at wand flourishes and magic that had to do with more control of mystical energy and tethering and stuff like that. If you remember, it actually got Francine in trouble, removing her soul for her body for like a day, for an hour, and faculty had to get her back into her body, and she kind of got fucked a little bit in the head because of that. But that's neither here nor there, or maybe it is here and there, because what ended up happening is I won this round with practice and, you know, that ambition to beat Francine. And, maybe a little bit of practice on the side and a little bit of help from Francine in recent years, I was able to beat her in this moment. My will being I would say like my number one trait is will. My willpower to survive is so high. With every attempt made on my life, I only grow stronger. So with that, round 1 is done. Round 2 is all about potions and tonics. This is to do with a showcase of our discipline in manipulating elements and organics, and also the fundamental understanding of alchemical formulae. All right, here we go. We see 1, 2, 6, 2, 3, 3, and 4, 6, 1. And Francine has 11, 5, and 7. As we can see, there's only one way we win this. Let's find out who wins this round. I rolled a 6. She rolled a 7. This round goes to Francine. Not really a surprise there. Francine set up an entire room. Granted, it got ransacked by maybe the groundskeeper. We don't know. I don't know if it was Clarissa, but all signs show that it was Clarissa. However, Francine was always the one that was better at tonics and potions. I have definitely messed with potions and tonics, but my magics went elsewhere in order to facilitate things like revenge. So far we are 1-1. It is close. It's only 4 years, so far it's competitive here. No one is going to win with the next one. A good sacrifice, I would say. All right, year 3. Hold on, I have to flip the page. Oh, this is when I actually have to see numbers because I don't know what the queen and stuff are. Where did I write it? There it is. Okay, so I got the queen, which is 13. Okay. Queen is 13. Then I got a 5 and a 2. So, things went downhill real fast that year. And then Francine got a 4, an 8, and a knight, which is 12. Which means I have 2 opportunities to win here, if we're lucky. And the real question, everyone, is, are we feeling lucky? Let's find out. This one is going to be a battle of rituals, a showcase of arcane concentration and geometry, an ability to manipulate time using lost languages and ruins, the ability to speak with the dead, and most importantly, complex magical tasks. Which one of us is going to win this one? Let's find out. 13 on my part, 8 on my part. Got him. This also makes sense because year 3 is the year that we won, or that we created our secret society. So it makes sense that when it comes to complexities, we were the ones that won that. I'm not saying that Francine isn't able in complex magics. I'm just saying that I was the more ambitious one in year 3 for all of that. And manipulating time and stuff, well, we'll find out. All right, round 4, our final round. We have a 10, an 8, and a queen, which I wrote as 12, but it's actually 13. That's a good year for Sokka. And then Francine rolled a 5, a 9, and an 11. So 2 chances to win this one for Francine and tie it all up. This is our last round before our final Duel. I think. No. This is the duel. This is for all the marbles. This is the 2 out of 3 or whatever the hell it's called. This is winner takes it all. Either I get the 3 or Francine ties it up. This is a showcase of dexterity, patience, endurance, innate magical talent, and the ability to predict your rival's move. Will we win here or will we tie? Let's find out. A 3. I rolled an 8. A 1 on Francine. Rolled a 5. That makes me the winner. Let's go. Round 4 to Ahsoka. At the end of the day, this was a friendly duel between Francine and I. We have spent our last 4 years being pitted against each other. Since the moment we got here, the ambitions of our leaders, our headmaster who sent us this letter, Dr. Elvas, telling us, sign here and you get sent away to the school. 4 years commitment. You stay here and we unlock all your magical ability. And then we get here and we are the pronounced prodigies of our time. Not 1, but 2 happened to show up in the same year. And the only prodigies that were there in all our 4 years. We immediately, week 1, pitted against each other, told that at the end of our 4 years, we will duel. This duel we just had, the one I just won against Francine. It's nothing against Francine. I think the burner was put under Sokka before it was Francine. Being almost murdered in year 2. Year 3, having experienced secret societies and what that means, and setting up her own even. That whisper in the back of her mind, walking down an unknown corridor, still lost to her to this day. Passing by a statue of an original Brackroot. Lost to greed, lost to gambling. The loss of the name of the one who almost killed her and the revenge. Sitting in the form of a statue with the name of another under it. The romance that came from the magic pulling them together under the moonlight of a full super blue blood moon. Oh, this push and pull of their situation, of others around them, affected their relationship more than they thought could. Them chasing this high of that night, then realizing it was them that was holding themselves back in that moment. That the super blood blue moon did unlock something for them, a power, an echelon of power above that anyone knows of them. Neither of them had shown their full hand, not even here, not even now, in this past duel. No, because for the past year, they've been plotting. Sokka even before that. You don't just hear that you're a lamb being set up for slaughter and take that with a grain of salt. No, she's prepared. And Francine, having proved that she also wants to see Brackwood Academy burn. As the headmaster stands up, clapping, hoots and hollers happen all around. Faculty members, the headmaster, even those honorable visitors, some even from that weird country club cult that you encountered, the one that inspired you. So really, you should be thanking them. You don't really get a chance, though, because as people begin to swarm the stage where you and Francine are, it's weird that in the school for magic and supposedly the most knowledgeable in their subjects, most aware, those wise enough to teach students, didn't see the layout of the runes all around the stage, placed there by a member of the club, Lily. One of the first rounds, one of the first invited to the club. And then, before anybody gets to the stage, the ward goes up, repelling all those with ill intent from passing through. And just like that, you know it's true. This wouldn't have worked on anyone who had pure intentions in their hearts. In fact, if it was just one or two of them, they would have thought it odd, but makes sense. Didn't want any certain people to get up on the stage. But no. One by one, rebutted back from the stage. Francine walks up next to me, holds my hand. We raise both our hands up together and bow to a nice little curtsy. Thank you so much for coming out to this exhibition. I know many of you have been waiting 4 years for this moment, maybe some of you longer. Unfortunately, this will be the last one you see. In a room of the most powerful, supposedly, mages and wizards, most influential, some might even think, in this room to see the spectacle. Not one of them thought that two prodigies would figure it out. Maybe before there had only been one at a time and it was easy pickings. They believed everything they said. All bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, not them though. No. Soka had set up for a contingency. What would happen if she won? She didn't know, but she had looked up names that were given to her to see what had come of other prodigies. Not one of them found anywhere on any registry. Odd. A troubling trend had appeared. And when Francine came to her with that chess game, she knew. And that's why 2 is better than 1. With that, everyone in that room, except those protected by the Lunar Blood clan, learned what happens when 2 people adept in the elements, empowered by the moon, and empowered by an oath with not 2, 3, 4, with 100 people and counting. Helping boost their power in this moment. Well, I think anyone who is part of the House of Elements knows that when you take one element, one seemingly innocent element, maybe something like pure oxygen, and another element in the form of fire, what happens when you enhance them with magic? Well, it goes boom. And just like that, an explosion far beyond anything even Francine and Silka could have imagined, unleashed in this hall. Everyone's so concerned about the prodigies fighting. No one had thought to go check on what the rest of the student body was doing. Moved away far from the scene of the point blank explosion. Only those coming out of it, those part of the clan. If anyone had been worthy, anyone had been truthful, anyone who had not had intentions of harming them after they walked off that stage would have been able to be safe in the same runic ward they were sitting on in that stage. And just like that, the Lunar Blood Clan stood up, brushed off their clothes, did a quick little prestidigitation. And as the dust settled from the stones of the collapsing roofs of these ancient buildings crumbled, right there in the middle, the speaking gem, the one that started this all. You see, Sokka wasn't the only one that was researching. No. Francine had always been curious about this little gem. The speaking gem. She had done her research. Ever since year one, what was it? Where did it come from? What did they find out? What did it take them so long? And why had it chosen her, a woman of faith, of Catholicism? Suddenly her entire being questioned. A bruja is one of the worst things you can be, especially in Mexican Catholicism. A great shame she carried. That good old Catholic guilt eating away at her. She needed to know. This little gem of ill-gotten gain, the speaking gem, did amplify the signal to show where magic users were. That much was true, but the dark secret was it needed to be recharged. And there's only so much magic in a person. So when a supercharged magical being just walks up to your school, well, that could charge it for a century, maybe two, depending on how much power you teach your prodigy. So this gem soaked in the remains, the magical blood remains of many prodigies before it, lied there with its final last bits of energy draining out of it. This wasn't the source of magic, no. This wasn't needed. This was needed by those who made deals with demons. Things would be different now. As they dropped it in a chest, magically bound, chained up, metaphorically, physically. They still needed to research how to destroy it. They didn't have time for everything. They still had finals. But with that, Francine and Sokka, hand in hand, wands in one, hands in another, at long last walked out and showed exactly how strong they really were. They didn't need the rest of the Lunar Blood clan to get any funny ideas. They were, in fact, the most powerful of them all. And with that, a brilliant white, visible to the naked eye, shines off of the power couple walking down through the rubble, the remains of magic users, only known to be there because of their essence, intermingled with the dust still settling around them. All gone. They would have to rebuild somewhere else, but that would be the easy part. It was getting rid of some of these boys' clubs. That still needed to be done. Word would get out soon of a broken root. The prodigies, what did they do? How could they? The older mages wouldn't get it, they knew. But with the power between Francine and Sokka and the power of an ever-growing clan, well, let's just say they weren't too worried. They just took out a room of the most powerful mages in the world. Anyways. And with that is the end of our Tangled Blessings game. Biggest graduation rager ever. Truly. Abso-fucking-lutely. Are you kidding me? There's three outcomes for this game. I'll give you a little sneak peek here. There's supposed to be three outcomes of this game, whether you win, you lose, or you tie. Personally, I was hoping for a tie because I thought that would be a little more exciting. That was amazing. And the idea came because at the end, so you lose says the headmaster and the faculty rush to congratulate your rival. Visiting scholars clap your rivals on the back. Celebrations surround you. A ceremony that follows calls the exam honorable and commends you on your spirit. Even though you didn't win, you're still a powerful magic user, and there's much you can do following graduation. As you're thinking on that, an instructor asks for you a private word with you, slipping you a card with only a strange symbol in front of it. And I was like, wow, that's not bad. That's pretty cool. I wonder what you win is. You win is the cheer of onlookers roar around you as the faculty and headmaster swarm your spot on the stage. A ceremony shortly follows, and during it, your rival is thanked for their participation. You are peppered with questions about your research, your abilities, your greatest achievements. When trying to leave, you can't seem to catch your breath. As the crowd surges around you, someone whispers an incantation in your ear. ... And I was like, what? What is that? Why wouldn't you want me to leave? Why can't I, like, what's happening here? And it's ambiguous, right? But I was like, is that why you win a second and not the first one? And then you tie is just like, the crowd's silent, and then they congratulate you, and then they both ask you to join the academy as instructors, and you find like a fountain of youth or something. And that's why when there was a little whisper in the back of my ear from that spirit, I was like, well, I could do this thing, or I could set up the ending. But as the story went, it kind of just shaped up to be um, it kind of shaped up to go that way. There was a lot of tarot deck pulls that like really worked, and especially that moon pull with the chess game between Francine and Soka. I was like, oh yeah, this has to be they have to work together here to succeed here and take down the man, especially after the like creepy all white skeleton thing. I like to think that that skeleton was pointing at me because I was the biggest threat in the room. I want you to imagine like you should see me in the crown at the end of that scene as we're walking down. Because that's the energy they deserve, truly. But that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed the setup, the tarot cards on either side, and then the image up here. I wish this part was a little bit cleaner, but you know, we did what we could with the time we had. I found out earlier today I wasn't nearly as finished with this game as I thought I was. I didn't think I was nearly as done with this game as I thought I was. And I'm busy working on the finale for tomorrow, so I don't have a ton of time to prep. Which is why I was a little late today. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was fun. I liked this game. I definitely took a little too long at the beginning of this, so it was a little slow. So apologies for taking 5 hours to finish the game. Especially when I started like almost an hour late. But thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'll let you guys go because I know it is late and it is a Thursday. Well, now a Thursday. It was a Wednesday before. Tomorrow you can find me here for the finale of 100 Days of Horror with Kalino and I. We have some things planned and I hope to see you guys there in our finale. And then on Friday we're gonna have a chill day. We'll talk about this game. We'll recap this game while doing like some Minecraft chill stuff. Because I'll be done. I've been nonstop working on some project all month, and I took this weekend off, which I should have, to finish polishing this game. But I'm very happy to have gotten this done, and this game was just as good as I thought it was going to be. So I'm happy about that. We'll discuss this more on Friday, and tomorrow we'll have our finale of Minecraft. I have to finish working on that tonight. And yeah, so thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, hanging out, and supporting me. And I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye! And as always, thank you guys so much for my lurkers, for my chatters, for my subscribers, for my turbo viewers. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a... Oh my gosh, much support to the prep this late. Yeah. It is a unfortunately, I didn't think about this finale until this weekend, so I didn't have a lot of time to prep for it. It shouldn't take super long. Because I already did most of the audio stuff earlier today. I just need to record stuff now. With a video. So that should go fast, hopefully. I'm anticipating maybe like 2 hours to get it done, maybe 3. And I still have tomorrow to get it done. It's just rendering that's going to take a while. But yeah, so thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much, Critwitch, for gifting a sub to Sphinx. Also, thank you so much, Hollow Invective, for the follow after Tuesday's game. Oh, I hope you guys also enjoyed the other dot game. What a wild start back to the game. For the guys. That was amazing. I was like, sheesh. Honestly, it was great for me. It was like a tutorial. I was like sitting there like looking at the rules. The book's not too long, so I was just like looking at the rules, seeing like their actions. I got to learn how the clock worked and rolling works. So it was great. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. You guys are great. To show appreciation for all my lurkers and also those of you who stuck around for the raid. Who are lurking. Here's a 3-minute ad. You guys rock. Without you, you guys are the backbone of the channel. So thank you guys so much for all the support. Here's a 3-minute ad. And for my subs, my gifters, my turbo viewers, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, prep went late. Honestly, I'm very, like I said, we'll recap it all on Friday, but I'm very happy how this game went. I'm learning a little bit more about time management in journaling games. This one was easier to go because, again, this was supposed to be a one-sitting game, essentially. Unlike Sanguine Pass, which is meant to be a long-term deal. It's not meant to be like a sit down and get it all done in one, especially not how I did it. So with games like that, I just know how I need to plan them out now. And with my and that's just journaling games, I think. So now I know with long games like that, that's how I have to play it. And then with shorter games like this, or games that are meant to be in one sitting, I still need to keep a pace on, but it's not nearly as dire. Even though this one took longer than Sanguine Pass, this one still felt faster to me, if that makes sense. Which again makes sense for the systems. But yeah, so that is, I'm very delighted about this one. I hope you guys enjoyed it, because I definitely did. I was a little afraid, and let me tell you, I really lament not making the tarot cards, but I really don't regret taking the time instead to continue to learn how to do things on StreamerBot, because I've learned a lot about StreamerBot and how to do like these random rolls and stuff. And that is an invaluable skill for me to have now learned, especially as, I mean, like Critwitch, I mean, you said you did programming. I don't know. I know fuck all about programming. My programming skills started and ended with MySpace. So I'm forever grateful to Nilly for doing my, giving me a short little, it's such an easy little thing also. Program. Like I told Nilly, it's probably like one of those things that's like just like tutorial shit that you get from like your professor, early in your session, early in your like schooling. It's so easy. Like even me looking at it now, like I can kind of make heads or tails of it, but I would never be able to write it myself without extensive research. But for her, it took her like, I don't know, like 10 minutes, I think. And then just working on it until it finally worked. So I am forever grateful to Nilly for helping me out. And like I said, I'm sad I didn't make the tarot cards. Tarot cards are still on my bucket list of things I want to do for game night. But the next game we're going to do is next month, in middle of the year, or middle of the month, the 20th, I think. It's going to be our 1680 game. It's going to be a party. I'm doing it in style a la DJ, Twitch DJ. So, except without any DJ equipment, it's just gonna be me, and I'm gonna be like the quote unquote DJ that your brother's friend is, that goes to the party and just plugs in the Spotify playlist and goes. That is going to be me. Except I think I actually own all of Billie Eilish's music, so maybe I will just be able to pull up like a DJ app and be able to actually mix things together. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's not my main priority. My main priority with 1680 is to run the stupid game. I just want to do it, and I'm now empowered to do so. So I am going to, I'm really looking forward to get it done. So that is happening next month for sure, 100%. And it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a party. I look forward to it. I finally have all my lights set up in my room now that my desk setup is going. So we can get all the party lights going now. It's going to be a party, a dance party. We're going to chill. It's going to be a good time. It'll be a nice little relaxing time before, I'm sure, some very tense and stressful times with with holidays coming up soon. So hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, nights, evenings. Thank you so much for all of your support. I adore you all. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your week if I don't see you again. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some 100 Days of Horror. Let's go.